Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Go until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from the locked up ghost of yourself, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome. My name is Resorty, and to you, one and all, live here from Tokyo, I say welcome, etc., etc., etc. Hello, friends. How's it going? Welcome. Not quite right. My friends, I had to restart the computer. I apologize for being late, but I had to restart the computer, and now everything is weird and different and not working right. And so the next few days will be gradually fixing that. I think we're a little dark here right now. I'll figure out after stream, unless it's objectionably dark and you're starting to feel sleepy. Resorty, why are you in a cave? Anyway, I do apologize for getting started late today. We'll see what the boss says about this. We'll see whether I get to keep my job after showing up late for my shift. Who knows? But it's so good to be here with you today. I'm feeling excited for another exciting day of our CK3 playthrough, and hanging out with you all always makes me feel pretty super wonderful. And I know for many of you it's a high point too, so let's keep this good thing going. Pepper, it's so good to see you today, my friend. Hello, Sally. Hello, Axix. What's up, Jack? A pleasure. Always nice seeing you, Silent. Mark's a pleasure indeed. Hello to Sakotera. Hello to you indeed, Jim. Jim, you say your twins are graduating from high school tomorrow. Congratulations. That's so exciting. I'm guessing from your phrasing it's also a little worrisome. One of these big signal events. You know, our cultures don't have too many explicit rituals. This is one of those coming of age moments. So I hope they're excited. I hope you're excited. And I was going to ask, so how old are they? And then I realized they're high schoolers. Right, good. But I hope it goes well for them. If you want, feel free to pass along congratulations from the man inside the computer. I definitely do mean it. Jack says we should definitely restart our computers occasionally. Yeah, the problem though is every time we restart the computer, all of the settings change, and I have to open up so many windows, and I think no, actually I didn't, never mind. I'm about to say I think I've opened all of the new windows we need, but no, I didn't open any of the crosswords, so I've said previously that I need to make a batch file, or whatever the equivalent is these days, that will open everything and set all of the settings, etc., because even if I'm working as fast as I can, it takes about 10 minutes or 15 minutes from the restart to I feel comfortable with starting the stream. So in between now and then, or then and now, I've been hurriedly trying to make it nice for you fine folks, for sure. Odd Blue, how's it going? Risky, welcome my friend. Good to see you. Make a personal website with hyperlinks to all the pages I use. It's not a bad idea. The other possibility, of course, is use bookmarks. Which, as I've mentioned previously, no, I refuse. It's not so much there are so many websites to open. It's more, I have many different screens, many different windows in really specific places on my two screens, so that when I need something, I know exactly where to glance. And so they're all sized exactly correctly. It's very fiddly in a way that I probably don't need, but I'm just used to it by now. One of these days, I'll make a video of how I set up the stream, and you'll see it's just some guy trying to make it look nice. It's very strange. Hello, Daigle. It's good to see you today, my friend. Hope today's going pretty darn well. What do I have for you? Yeah, yesterday was horrible. Stream was great, had a good time, didn't want to say goodbye. But yesterday after stream, as I mentioned, I had a meeting with my entire department, and it was a complete waste of time in which I felt, what's the phrase for it? Like it did not matter what I said. So as you recall, the aim of this meeting was to discuss a path forward for a curriculum revision, thinking about what we are doing in our classes, what we're trying to teach, etc., etc. And there are two clear factions in the department right now. It tends to be between the very senior faculty who have been teaching more or less in the same way since the 80s, and then some middle and younger faculty who would like to work on making the class a little different. And the slogan I came up with yesterday is we want to do big questions, not necessarily big books. And for the senior faculty, it seems to be the case that what matters more than anything else is these big books that I think are pretty alienating to our students. And they don't quite understand why we're doing these big books, because you have to say, like, hey, this book from 2,000 years ago, if you bend over backwards and squint, they're really talking about you. And they are, right? At some level, it's what it is to be human, etc. But I think we can get to those questions in such different ways. Anyway, before we got to this conversation, we had a fun little activity called the Activity Exchange. Our department tries to get us to communicate and share pedagogical insights at certain meetings. A few of us are selected to show one activity we do in our classes, just to show different ways of teaching different texts. You can get some ideas about how you might take an activity into your course also. And it's really fun, really fun. Except yesterday, one of the people who was selected is one of those senior faculty members. And I think he decided to filibuster because the assignment for this exchange period was, please give us 5 minutes on the activity and then take a couple questions and then on to the next person. 27 minutes later, he stopped explaining it. And at that point, I decided, sure, I'll ask him some questions. And so the first half hour of the session was consumed by one of the 5 people who were supposed to share their little experiences and the little ideas. And so the big issue with this is by the time we got around to talking about the curriculum revision, everyone who was on my side had to go. And so we then talked about the curriculum revision, and I put forward my ideas. I put forward the ideas that belonged to, I don't know, 5 or 6 of us, and there were no allies. And so for the remainder of the meeting, it felt like a parole board. Resorty, this is what we're trying to do. How do you try that? Resorty, with your idea, and I'm fine going down with the ship, but it was a horrible, horrible, horrible experience to just sit there and take it. And it's really easy to argue the position we should do nothing because it's working just fine. It's not working just fine. And so I tried at one point to say, many students say they don't get a lot out of the classes. Many students say they fear the classes, and they don't see the relevance of the classes. I meant this in that my students say that the very senior professor's classes aren't very good. And so the senior professor responded to me, it sounds like you're teaching your class wrong if the students can't see the relevance. He thought I was talking about my classes, not the other classes. And I had no defense. I said, okay, yeah, I'll work on that, thanks. So it was not a good experience at all. And the problem as always is, not as always, our chair, the person who's in charge of us, believes neutrality is the most important thing in the world. And so he kind of just sat there and nodded a bunch. And at some point when I was very frustrated about having to defend this by myself, I went to him and said, what is your position on the question of revision? Do we need a big revision or a little revision? And he said, I don't think there's much difference between the two sides. I think we can find a way forward. I'd like to reach consensus. I was so angry. He refused to take a side. But I maintained my happy, joking persona all the way through. It was fine, but on the inside, I did not feel good about it. So apparently, we're gonna have another meeting in a month or so, and I've gotten commitments from the other people who agree with my view that they will be at this next meeting, and I've said, I'm not leading the charge. I will nod, I will agree, but I am not being the spokesperson this time. We'll see how this thing goes. Like, ultimately, I'm totally fine with I'm not totally fine. I will accept it if we decide to stay with what we're doing at this point. I prefer we wouldn't, but if we talk through it and think through it where it goes, it's okay. I just want it to be a good hearing, as opposed to a collection of people just telling me I'm wrong over and over again. What's the makeup of my department? It is... it's entirely foreigner right now. There have been Japanese people who have taught it previously, but it is 100% not Japanese. And there are Australians, there's a Macedonian fellow, there's Americans, of course, like me, and all of us work together to try to make something valuable and interesting, but man alive. Independently of the questions, it was a rough one for sure. Hey, Flimsy God, thanks for that follow. I promise we'll be to video games very, very soon. Just for now, I'm blathering about the troubles in my life. Problems I got a few. So, we'll see how it goes. It was like defending my thesis all over again. Yeah, this experience of everyone is potentially looking for holes in my arguments. I can't look for holes in theirs because I'm on the back foot. That said, my dissertation defense was really, really nice. I was incredibly lucky to have... incredibly lucky to have a committee that wanted me to succeed, a committee that, wanted me to build on what I was doing, as opposed to going in the direction of just trying to say I was stupid and wrong, and that's very good. I've been to some dissertation defenses where the committee is just, I don't know, trying to show off in some way or embarrass the students, and these are sad for everyone involved, especially when at the end of it they say, "Welcome, doctor." And so after this, hour and a half, 2 hour period of absolute brutalization, hey, you win. It's terrible hazing. The advantage I had is that I knew the text better than my faculty did, because it wasn't on their exact specialization, it was next door to their specialization, and so they realized, I think, that they would have to give me the text and then just talk about the ideas in general, which was fine. It's fine. You wonder if we could use some anonymous student surveys for this conversation. Yeah, so the program coordinator and chair has access to all the student surveys, and so too does NOMS. And at some point, NOMS is going to get involved in this thing, almost certainly, and say, like, "Hi, I need you all to take seriously what the students are saying." She does not want to come to... she doesn't want to get involved, though, based on what I'm complaining about, because it's nepotism through and through there. She wants to wait until the chair goes to her, which will happen, and then Noms will say, Resorti's probably right, and that will be the conversation. So it's nice having the hammer of the administration inside of my home, so good. Anyway, that's enough about school politics. The semester's coming earnestly. My friends, less than a week until I return to being Professor Resorti 3 days a week. Unfortunately, one of my classes this next semester is a little bit earlier. I think it starts at 1 o'clock my time, so I'll probably be streaming until about, 12:30 or so, instead of till 2 p.m. So right now it's 9 a.m., so there'll be 3 or 4 hours of streams every day, but it'll be a little shorter on 3 days a week, and that's unfortunate. That said, I did get my program coordinator to promise that from this point forward, my teaching will be at 3 p.m. at the earliest, and so we'll have full streams. It's summer semester. Yeah. I shouldn't say semester. It's not semester. It's a term or trimester, I suppose. But yeah, because of the way the Japanese high school system works, where graduation's in April and then college spins up very quickly, we want to pick up those students as quickly as possible. Were we to wait until the fall, we would then miss out on a lot of Japanese students here, which we don't want to do, of course. So yeah, all of the terms are really and sincerely full-time, where at most colleges the summer term is kind of a joke for people who do extra work as opposed to a robust, full-time, everyone's on campus sort of thing. I teach 3 terms a year. Yeah, I do. I don't have to. I'm in a position where I'm term-by-term contract at campus. And if I say I don't want to teach the summer, I can definitely do that. But as of right now, the balancing between my teaching and my streaming is really good for me. So we'll see how it goes. That said, the summer term is really short by comparison. So in the fall and spring, I teach for about an hour each session. I believe in the summer it's about an hour and 50 minutes, and that's fine. But it does involve jamming a lot more material into a shorter period, and that's weird. It's very, very, very weird. I had to cut some things I really like, unfortunately, and I have to ask the students to read a little bit more for each session, and yeah, at that period of the closer to 2 hours, I'll usually invite my students to take a small break midway through, because asking anyone to pay attention to anything for 2 hours straight is a lot, of course. And I try to mix up the activities for a while, having the students talk to each other, doing individual work, listening to me lecture, all these things each day. It should be good. Is it safe to call me an adjunct? We don't exactly talk about it that way, but yeah, absolutely. In the American system, I'm an adjunct, which is, say, a person on a non-permanent contract who teaches part-time, and I would say is not guaranteed benefits, but hey, it's Japan. I get healthcare, of course. So that's how it goes. Daigle, exactly. Back in the U.S., my summer was for research as opposed to teaching. So over the summer, I try to knock out an article usually and get that published. But here, I just teach and stream. That's a pretty good life, too. All right. I think that's all I have for right now. I think nothing happened yesterday other than that very frustrating meeting and then eating quite a few sandwiches in response to it, because that's how I deal with my stress, is eating sandwiches or ordering a pizza, because I'm totally a well-adjusted adult. But yeah, other than that, did some reading, did some hanging out. Nams and I have been watching the new Barack Obama documentary on Netflix called Working, in which he and his team go around and interview a whole bunch of people and what kind of jobs they do and what the experience of these jobs are like, and what it is to get by in America. This is a continuation of the project that Studs Terkel did back in the 1970s. Studs Terkel, the great, sociologist and journalist of labor in Chicago, wrote this big book called Working, in which he went and interviewed the farmer, went and interviewed the factory worker, went and interviewed the grocery store clerk, and the lawyer, and. It's this big old book that is so darn good. So darn good. And it's dated, though, right? Because between the 70s and 2023, things are very, very different. And so I think, in his post-presidency, Obama seems to be interested in thinking about the role of work in life. His first big documentary the first one he funded, was called American Factory, about what it is to have an American unionized factory that has new ownership. And the new ownership is Chinese and brings along certain habits and values that are entirely different from what these people have been working with. And the understanding of unionization is different between the two cultures. It's an attempt just to understand, how does work operate in a globalized society? And this is fascinating, absolutely fascinating stuff, I think. Because, yeah, I think, as someone who has one job, I often wonder, what are other jobs like? And what are people in different places in the world and different modes of human life like? It's really cool stuff. So in this documentary, they've been interviewing people who are working as home health care aides in rural Mississippi. I can't imagine what that's like, right? I can't imagine what it is to be a home health care aide in Mississippi. But by seeing these people's experiences and how they talk about it, I understand the world a little better, and it raises empathy and sympathy and all that good stuff. Is the show based on anything? Cyberhole, I believe it's made entirely just as the show. I wonder if it'll be off of Netflix eventually, or if it might be a book written on it. I'm not quite sure, but for right now, it's just the documentary. And they interview people also, who's like the owner or the CEO of the company that owns a giant hotel in New York. They interview the switchboard operator at the same hotel, and the person who cleans the rooms, and all these different levels. And just fascinating stuff, the variety of human experience out there, and the more of it I can learn about, the happier I am. So very, very good documentary. Strongly recommended. 2 Resorty thumbs up. I'm actually not sure what we're going to watch after that. Nam's been talking about wanting to watch another season of Indian matchmaking, which she watches primarily to make fun of the people because they are, I don't know, ostentatiously wealthy and so unbelievably mean at times. And when talking about their preferred romantic partner, they say, I want him to be light-skinned, which, I mean, independently of whether Americans might believe this, we never ever say it. And they have to be rich and have hair and, you know, all these other things that feel so superficial. Part of what's cool about that show, Indian Matchmaking, though, is the way in which Indian arranged marriage has changed. Many of the older people on the show will say, this is my husband. We've been happily married for 40 years. We met for 2.5 minutes before we got married. As an American, this blows my mind. One of the more important relationships in your entire life is determined based on 2.5 minutes of interaction. But the way I talk about it as being this, really, really important relationship that you grow into as opposed to you believe in from the first moment. In the West, in the US, we tend to have like love marriages, right? You pick the special person who is so important to you, and then you make it permanent, or relatively permanent. Where in traditional Indian cultures, it's instead been you pick the person or you work with the person and you turn it into the important thing. It's a really interesting inversion of the way I think about things, at least. Now, that said, the younger people on this show who have been corrupted by Western morals go on dates and then go to their parents and say, I didn't feel the spark. I don't find him physically enticing. And the mothers will say, look at your father. Do you think I've ever found him physically enticing? And it's delightful to see how this change works. How it is that people just think profoundly differently, generationally to generationally. And I like seeing these kind of changes throughout. Non-modern West, marriage with the joining of families also. Absolutely. The hyper-individualist understanding about you get to pick who you're with is definitely a different sort of thing. So, yeah, I found that really, really cool. I mean, as I always say, learning more about human experience and cultures makes me very happy. There is a different Resorty out there, a different Resorty who could have been an anthropologist. I took an anthropology class my first year in college, and it blew my mind that people live happy, fulfilling, meaningful lives that are basically totally alien from how I organize things. The one that first blew my mind was learning about a group in Africa whose basic family unit is biological mother and her brother. The biological father of the children goes off and takes care of the sons and daughters of his sisters. I said, whoa, no, the family is biological. What? It was such a mind-blowing moment to realize that they were doing things in such a different way successfully. And it raises so many questions about how we do things and the centrality of biological families and all this. And it's really cool to see the difference. Anyway, friends, we got an ad break coming in 40 seconds. And I'll be on the other side of it. 3 minutes of ads. And then we'll return to do some CK3. It is coming. During the ad break, of course, we'll be doing a crossword puzzle. That said, I forgot to load the crossword puzzles. And so it's going to be just a moment to find our way into that. I'm sorry, you all are talking about nice things. Okay, I'm going to leave you all in talking mode and ignore you. Please don't spoil the crossword. I'd appreciate it. Ad starting in 5 seconds. See you on the other side. All right, gotta get a crossword. Gotta get a crossword. What's that? Hey, that's the that's the intro song. Very good, very good. Mom with 3 teens, it's good to see you. I'm sorry I didn't say hi yet. If you didn't hear that, I'm sorry also. Alright, so we need another little box here. We pull that one off. We embiggen it. We then go ahead and capture that window. Welcome to the behind-the-scene nonsense here. Very good, very good. We then put in New Yorker crosswords. Oh, incidentally, we did finish the New Yorker crossword off stream yesterday. It took Noms only about, 15 or so minutes to help me figure out... that's not right. Figure out what was wrong in the crossword. So, Monday crossword, so hard. Today, though, okay. Doing that. And here we go. Here we go. Nathan Last. Is that captured well for you all? Good enough. Kermit the Frog here, Preceder. It's Heidi Ho, Kermit the Frog here, I believe. Heidi Ho, Kermit the Frog here. Something like that, maybe. I'm not quite sure what it is, though. Except for. But, probably. Keep. Retain, hold, kind of things. Author of the 1795 romance Clisson et Eugénie. I apologize for those of you who speak French. Like the central planet in Dune. I don't know. I've never read it. Secrets. Event presided over by Thomas Danforth in The Crucible. It's a witch trial. Informal expression of resignation. I can't. I quit. Alas, kind of thing. Hoover for one. It's both a vacuum and a president. It's also a verb meaning to clean up. Not quite sure. Tendril. Could be wisp, in which case Hoover for one would be... Is he an Iowan? I think he might have been from Iowa. I think he's definitely a Midwestern president. Pre-med science hurdle. So organic chemistry is very hard. I think it's of an OChem. We'll see if that's right. It could be lots of other things, though. Shout of approval. Yay, yes, etc. Obsessive fan in slang. That's the stan. One stans other people. Texting tech. There's like SMS messages. That tech, of course, is abbreviation for technology, so I'm looking for abbreviations. I'm not sure. Blank Corner, a DC area suburb. I'm sure many of you are yelling at the screen right now, but I don't know what it is. Peace in Latin, that's Pax, surely. Avant-garde writer Teresa Hock Kyung, I do not know. Clucks disapprovingly. It could be like tuts at. What's the down here? Nickname for a Serbian tennis star, thought to derive for his penchant for impersonations. I have no idea at all. We've got 30 seconds left on the ads, so I'm going to do the downs here in this corner, and we'll stop. Hair-raising stuff. That's funny, a different spelling of raising. So it's hot wax. Hot wax removes hair. Like Tupac Amaru. I don't know who that is. Is he Incan, perhaps? I'm really not sure. Catherine of the Glass Onion. Is it Khan? Han? I don't know. Make a call. Opt, probably. Group of countries once expected to drive 21st century economic growth, whose name is an acronym of its 5 members. So I'm assuming it's India, China. I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. Jazz venue. Haha, it's Utah. Utah Jazz are a basketball team. Very good. And last one for now, TV sets with antennas. I mean, it's not just television, but tell us something. All right, very good. A good start. Thanks for the assistance. We'll come back to our crossword after a little bit. But for now, we begin to play a little bit of CK3. Good. Someone asked a question I noticed a moment ago. Hello to Grizzly. As a European, you sometimes think Americans can be a bit much, loud, excitable, and full on. Do I find this true of fellow Americans compared to foreigners? Yeah. I think the standard narrative that Americans are what you see is what you get is generally quite true. I think it is the case that Americans, again, in general, tend to be louder certainly than people here in Japan. We are much more ready to offer opinions on basically anything with a tremendous amount of confidence and sincerity and so on. Now, I haven't traveled everywhere. I do not know people from everywhere. This is primarily a comparison between, the average Japanese person and the average American. These things are definitely the case. Now, on stream, I'm definitely a louder person, but out in the rest of the world, I'm basically silent all the time, and Noms and I whisper back and forth and so on. Just because I don't want to stand out, and also I'm kind of timid in some ways. But yeah, I think Americans, again, on the whole, deserve the sort of stereotypes that they have as tourists for sure. That's how I think about it, at least. Yeah. What's the stats of my loud neighbors? Still Americans, still very loud. So, yeah, Noms and I are still trying to decide what to do about that. But last night they were out chit-chatting on the balcony. When I say chit-chatting, I mean, yelling drunkenly. And the police have not been called yet, amazingly. But we'll see how much longer that lasts. I think we're certainly running out of patience, which means the Japanese neighbors are probably also, quite annoyed. Big difference, you think of where non-Americans are a bit much, is in personal space. Yeah, definitely. The Americans have a certain distance at which we're comfortable. Every culture does. And I believe it's the case that Middle Eastern cultures, at least some of them, are much closer talkers. They feel comfortable within a closer range than Americans do. Japanese people stand just slightly farther apart than Americans, to the point that I don't notice people backing away from me when we speak, thank goodness. But yeah, this is one of those things you have to get used to when you live in a different culture, is people will either invade on you or retreat from you based on what your cultural norms of distance are. There's this picture I often see, or pictures I often see of Finnish bus stops, and like the Finnish people stand in line with a tremendous distance between them. Those of you who know Finnish culture or maybe are Finnish, is this true? Is this true that the Finnish people leave a lot of space between themselves? Or is it the case that it's just a funny picture? It is true. Okay, yeah. I love that. I mean, again, I love the diversity of human experience. I love the ways in which folks organize themselves, and it works. It's very hard to do that here in Japan because there's so many people. And that's one thing I had to get used to is, again, when people interact, speak to each other, there is distance, but queuing up for trains here, it is very, very, very limited personal space. And then when you get into the train, it's no personal space at all. You will feel bodies pushing against you. And initially that was just horrible. And the horrible part for me now is not so much that people are touching me. Like, I'm okay with that. But instead it's that I can't get any smaller. Because every time we go to a new stop, especially on the way to the biggest parts of Tokyo, more people get into the already pretty packed train. And I notice all of my neighbors, trying to get a little smaller, trying to pull their bags closer to let more people in. I can't. I am the size I am, and I get as small as I can, but it does not matter even a little bit. Sit on someone's lap. I don't know how that would go. There's a standard joke here, which is only true on less crowded trains, called the gaijin seat. Gaijin is a word for foreigner. It's not terribly nice, but mostly neutral. And so if I am sitting on a bus, if I'm sitting on a train, and there's an open seat next to me, people will prefer to stand rather than sit next to me. And part of that is I'm not from around here and so shouldn't be approached. Part of it also is I'm big, and it's just It's very, very, very weird. And initially, I took such offense. I was like, "What do you mean? This is a perfectly good seat." But it's just a cultural habit. But when the train's very busy, everyone is everywhere, pushing up against us all the way. Several we've had Japanese people let other go rather than join with you. Yeah, it's not an inclusive culture, I think, is the big thing to say. Japanese people are very, very kind, very welcoming in a lot of ways, but there is you are an outsider pretty much always, especially with older people. Younger people don't care quite as much because they grew up on American TV. So that's how it goes. Same thing in Taiwan. People often don't sit next to you. Yeah, it's a weird thing. Now, coming from the U.S., I can't think of a time it's ever happened. There definitely have been times that I haven't sat next to people because they're, very, very old and I don't want to jostle them. Also, there have been times when, there's a parent with their baby, and I think if I got into the space, they'd not be able to hold their kid well. Also, there was one time there was a very drunk man who was very loud, and I didn't want to sit next to him. But when it comes to normal folks just sitting, I would always want to join them, because sitting down is nice. All right. We could talk about this all day, but I need to push the start game button, continue where we were, and figure out what on earth is going on. Actually, I know what's going on. We're in the middle of the grandest tour of all time. It is a tour of all of our most powerful vassals. The tour has been going on for, I think, 6 or so months. We left our capital, headed up to the north, down this way, and we find ourselves now, I've lost myself, down here in Italy. So yes, we're engaged in a grand tour of our empire. And the primary reason for this is we get an achievement for visiting all the big vassals, and so far it's going pretty well. Now, at a couple of the stops on the way, no one has welcomed us. And initially I took this as a slight. People do not want to meet the emperor. But someone suggested it might be that the people I'm trying to go visit actually aren't at home. And so I shouldn't be too upset if they've gone out for a bit and I'm knocking at their door. I should have left a note probably. But I really hope it's the case. That the achievement will still fire, even if we haven't met every single person on the way. Hopefully it's just trying to visit their court is good enough. We'll see. All right, beyond that, what can we say? The Emperor's not terribly well right now. It seems relatively easy to get sick on the road. We've seen so many sick people throughout this playthrough. That said, he's feeling fine. Hope that continues. We haven't yet done anything in the learning and health tree. At 55, we could try for that. Where are we right now on our... we're a bit of a mess. We started our life in the diplomacy tree, got that diplomat to make our rebellious vassals like us, got a couple other little ones here to benefit our children, etc. We then moved over to stewardship, just to try to get as much building done as possible. I've said a number of times this king will be remembered as a great builder, because we just need to build everything we possibly can to strengthen the next emperor's position in order to... strengthen the next emperor's position to hold it all together. You will recall that on yesterday's stream, we spent over 10,000 prestige to change the succession law of the HRE. It is now the case that it goes to our family instead of voting, and people are not terribly happy about that. We'll see. Bach, yes, this is the same emperor we've been playing since early yesterday. When are we liberating Königsberg? Wait, where is that? I know it's the case that that's where Kant lived. I thought it was in Germany. Do we not hold that part of Germany? Where is the king's place? Let's find out. So is it OE to get rid of the umlaut? Oh, it's in Prussia. Okay. The game treats it as just an O instead of as an OE. Or I can't. Is it a Berg with a U, maybe? It's in Prussia, whichever way. Prussia's up here, I know that. Well. When will we liberate this area? Sometime real soon, don't you worry. Alright, we continue on our little quest here. Hopefully find ourselves somewhere soon. We're going to be. It is there anyway. It's in this area. We'll liberate it real soon. Poland and Hungary and Croatia have been our allies for a very, very, very long time. And I don't want them to hate me, is the big thing. Because we have used their power to keep the vassals in line. And I'd like to continue that. But we do need to make the empire larger too. So we'll work on that. Alright, what you don't see. The Sri Dogaressa, we're currently visiting the Merchant Republic of Pisa, I believe. The Sri Dogaressa has been a gracious host so far, shown me her lands and possessions with pride. And this is a letter I got from the Pope, and this over here is my collection of childhood teeth, etc. I'm immediately taken back when she starts stammering and clearly trying to draw my attention away from an apparently unremarkable door we're passing by. Are you hiding something from me, Lasinia? I take advantage of her moment of stunned, shameful, guilty silence to push the door open. I'm surprised at what I find. A deposit of food, gold pieces, and general goods. She's hidden things away, surely to avoid her taxes. I could say she must share it with me. If we do this, she gets a little bit unhappy, but she's largely quite happy right now. And we get liege taxes for 10 years. 20% more money out of the holding. Now, the Papists would dislike us. We recently incorporated Pisa militarily, so they already don't like us very much. But more money, more good. I could demand that the guards take all of those things. She'll be even more unhappy, but our tour will get more success, or I ignore it. If we ignore it, we get a hook against her. And show me your contract, please. Show me your... Do Republic titles not have contracts? Huh. Okay. I know that Republics can't be played yet. I assume they had contracts of some sort. But no, there is no show me your contract page. Weird. Hey, Volo, how's it going, my friend? So I was going to take the hook in order to change your contract, but no, I will take everything here. Terribly sorry. Thanks for the gifts. Then, my vassal has taken me out to see her well-cut pasture. Livestock everywhere. These beasts produce more than we know what to do with. We're truly blessed here in Piombino, she said with a content smile. Oh, Sally, you're right. They're feudal contracts. Her vassalage is not feudal, so no contract needed. It appears my dear vassal has been keeping the secrets of his success from me. I don't care what your pronouns are. I think this is probably a bug, though. I could ask that she will give us more contribution. I could bring the knowledge of what she's doing here back home. Even cheaper, even faster building in our capital. Oh my goodness. Assuming that stacks, it's going to be amazing. Or it warms my heart to see she's doing well. I'd like the knowledge, please. I've concluded my visit here. Now the procession prepares to depart. The last thing we could do is demand that she pledges her loyalty to me. If she does, more intimidation. If not, she's acted against the crown. She is forgiving and patient and generous. Yeah, we demand submission, of course. She gave in. She cannot join factions. Good, good, good. And we're already on to the next place. Took literally a moment and a half to reach the next place. Anyway, good intimidation. We'll keep the Republic in line. Now, we need to be always, always, always building at our capital. 325 money for this upgrade to level 3 pastures. We'll definitely do that. Having built up an appetite touring the last realm, here we now meet Duke Ermon of Tuscany. This is one of my largest vassals. He wants to throw me a big old party. As of right now, our stress, I believe, is relatively low. In fact, almost zero. And he is a bit of a web weaver, so he might try to instabinate us. That said, he's a coward, and also likes us a lot. So hopefully it's the case. We have a nice, nice party. Stress is now 0. While here, what do I want to do? I've been doing altruism, trying to make the local populaces like me, trying to spread the good news and make the Pope on my side also. We could go for justice, trying to raise control, but control is pretty darn high already. So altruism all the way. We should mete out justice. Let me check the control page. I'm relatively sure the South is in our control well. So this is where we are right now. And I would like to improve the control there, but then we're heading, up through here. Never mind. We are the state. L'état c'est moi? Something like that? Alright, more control, more good. Our bishop is currently working on developing claims for us inside of France. France is quite strong, though we are doubly strong. And also it is the case that our ally England will help us in that surely. Not what it seems. I find myself awake in agonizing hunger, unable to return to rest. I wander in the dark to the kitchen and find the room is lit a little with something besides my lamp. The pantry shelves grow with an unearthly yet inviting gold. I'm overrun with curiosity, unable to find the source of the glow. With the flame of my light snuffed out, I begin checking around the edges of the pantry. I could say I must go to the bottom of this. We're not a very intriguing person, so we'll probably stumble and fumble and not find the way to open what I assume is a secret passageway, or can't go snooping around. If we do this, we get a little bit stressed, but we get a further bonus against diseases. As we're currently ill, I'd like more health bonuses. That is good. Hey, Empathy and Vector and Flimsy, thank you all for the follows. It's good having you here today. I hope you're doing really, really well. Sincerely. How's it going, Board Games? Thanks for hanging out with us. Everybody, super cool. We got a claim on a county again. I'm going to continue refusing county level claims. I just want ducal claims. So, no. No. And there is a duke there, correct? Yeah, Duke Arnulf of Flanders has a claim on Flanders. Eventually we'll get that. I'm only fighting wars for ducal titles right now. So the bishop begins for the, I think, 3rd time trying to get that claim. It's every 6 months it checks, so we'll get it eventually. No concerns at all there. Speaking of control and such, this is our personal holding here, as well as Vienna. So we're in good control in these territories. We could try to help with control in other relatively well-developed places in order to ensure that they give me maximum taxation and don't try to break off. Munich, I know the name, so I will work on that one for now. Good stuff. We can demand money from our son. I want my son to have as much money as possible, because someday he'll take over. We'll see. A Grand Tour, The Skull. I've made merry here, but I cannot allow myself to be distracted from my mission to become a feared and respected emperor. Duke Ermon of Tuscany's dungeons are rife with both villains and traitors, and they're suckling on the crown's treasury with their unceasing need for food and water and shoes. Perhaps I could do my gracious host a favor and strike fear in his heart all at once by executing a prisoner and drinking mead from its hollowed skull. I was partially on board with that until the last sentence. What kind of madman have we become? No, really. What kind of madman are we? Alright. We're a pious Christian. We're trusting and patient. I suspect it's the case that we will be having a bad time if we do this. So I could say, what a great idea. We killed some random man, a little bit stressed. We get a trinket artifact, and we become additionally intimidating, or don't be gross. Fingers in the eye hole. Yeah, we need some kind of handle attached to it. For right now, right up the nostrils. Boom, cartilage. We're already pretty intimidating, and though this is a mission of intimidation, there is convincing people to be afraid of me, and there's being, an absolute monster with no respect for civilization. So, don't be gross, Resorty. Don't be gross. Drinking meat from the skull of your enemies is recycling. I like how you think. I'm going to hire you as our ambassador to the environment. Here we are at the dinner table waiting dessert, and it finally arrives. I can scarcely contain my elation. I can't hold back any longer and erupt into uncontrollable laughter as these two wobbling orbs of dessert are dropped in front of me, topped with two fruity nipples. There are all manner of lewd details on the confection I'm sure would make even Satan blush. Of course, I love it. But the only question is, how do I show my appreciation? So this Duke makes dirty jokes and our Emperor has a good time. I could say, I'll remember this one. The Duke and I become friends, or I owe you one, a hook. Let's not be ridiculous. Friendship's A-okay. I made a wonderful cake for the Duke? No, that's the other what? What? I'm pretty sure he made me a wonderful cake. Unless we left the dining hall and got our chef's hat on. Strange. Alright, more building in Praha again. Again, an increase to money and the strength of our skirmishers. I think we have no skirmishers right now. We'll need to work on that at some point soon. Okay. More. It's time for a contest. It's been a long and wondrous evening of revelry and merriment. Many a goblet of wine's been shared between us. However, it seems the Duke has been trying to drink more than me, always filling his own goblet a little higher than mine. Is this some sort of implicit challenge? Perhaps I ought to set some stakes here. You will recall that the Emperor is a drunk. You will recall also his health is not super good right now, so I want to keep that in mind. So I could say, you underestimate my prowess. We are guaranteed to outdrink him. We lose a bunch of stress, and we'll have a hook against him also. Or, no, I don't want to drink. How dare you come at the king? If you come at the king, you best not miss. He rejected my challenge? Oh. So though I was guaranteed to win, he wasn't up for it. Unfortunate. I've concluded my royal visitation of Firenze, and my procession begins to depart. Time to ask my friend to submit to the throne. He does, of course. We didn't get the hook against him because he refused the bet, knowing that I am truly the greatest of all possible drinkers. A+, yes. Hey, Wolfman, how'd my meeting go yesterday? Terribly. Absolutely terribly, thank you. It was incredibly stressful, and nothing got done, and it was a complete waste of my time. And that's my life. That's my life right now. Hey, how's it going, Dave Mithras? How you doing, Pope Dorito? Which is better, stacking man-at-arms or knight effectiveness? I like knights all the way. Knights are stupidly overpowered, and they have been since release. Unless there was some change in the last patch. But, yeah, knights are just so darn strong. So darn strong. Men-at-arms are fine, but I love them. Hey, we woke up on the road feeling powerful and good and no longer ill. Long may he reign. Super good. This is our last stop on the tour. Something popped up and then something else popped up. Here's something. The streets of Palermo are richly decorated for my arrival, and my vassal, the King Roger, dutifully awaits me. I can't say I'm not intrigued by the customs of this land and what Roger has to offer me. In exchange, I shall show him how an emperor shall rule. This king has a single term description. He is a fool. A fool. What does it be a fool in this game? I haven't seen this one before. Somewhat irrational, more likely to engage in tyranny, get into bad wars, and gain offensive war opinion. So he wants me to do fighting. Generally unpredictable and tend to get into trouble. His economy is also unpredictable. Who knows what he'll do? Has no traits pushing them towards an economic archetype. Hopefully he doesn't think it's funny to, stab me. He's been denounced by the head of his dynasty. He's a hunchback person, and he's missing part of his face. And we call him the king. Let's get down to business, learning about his culture. So we're engaged in a cultural festival. This is the first one of these I've seen. I can't wait to learn what exactly the culture does and has, etc. Well, the king's over it. As I watch the 50th dull performance that putrid Palermo has to offer, I find myself wishing for all the dancers to break every possible bone and go away. Wait a moment, I can send them away. I clear my throat before speaking. My beloved subjects, it's come to my ears the most unfortunate information that you've been committing thief and treachery across these lands. Dear Paradox, please conjugate your verbs. I could say it'd be a shame if someone punished you. We throw the performers into prison. Or we let them go, losing dread and they like me more. Well, we're being intimidating. Artistry, certainly a crime. Not allowed to be done. We're dreadful. We've gotten this achievement before, but fine. Welcome then to the Feast of Fools. So we didn't like one activity, let's try another. Revelry, joy. As I enter Palermo's main square, I see a group of figures dressed as priests, singing and dancing. In the center, a half-bishop, half-jester man, presiding over the crowd. King Roger shows up, clapping his hands in joy. Now listen, friends, as Dragoman is now our Bishop of Fools, and his will is law, and his voice is the voice of the Lord. What kind of sinful joy can we expect from him? Feast of Fools all the way, our very own Quasimodo here. His name is Dragoman. Is that actually a Bulgarian name? Because I totally want to read it as Dragon Man, which is probably rude. Alright, I could say I can't wait to find out. If we do this, we lose a little bit of piety, but our relationship with the Normans increases? The King of Sicily is a Norman. Interesting. Or, I don't believe in blasphemy. Well, of course we do. What happens here? I hope that event's not over. I hope we do learn what the Bishop of Fools wants us to do. Oh boy, the Empress shows up. She didn't enjoy those sins, and she yells at us because of them. Thanks, we appreciate the words. Speaking of which, our next ruler, Prince Spasha here, is also irritable. So yelling at people might be the word of the day. Did I take Krasha here as... Yeah, I'm looking after our grandson also. Ensuring that he's able to become good. The word name Krasa here apparently means beautiful in Czech. We looked it up yesterday. He's our beautiful boy. Alright, the grand tour continues. And nearly another building built. A miraculous deal. As I promenade around the festival, I notice a hooded figure selling flasks whose liquid cannot be told. Come and buy my medicines, my lord. They work miracles and balance the humors of even the weakest man. How dare you suggest I'm the weakest man? As I look at the flaskets, I've never heard that word before. As I look at the flaskets, I observe that one of them shines vermilion, as if it was made of the finest cinnabar. The other is bright green, as if someone had soaked copper plates in wine. If only I knew more about chemistry. I could say, give me the red flask. This one will heal our health. Give me the green medicine. Or let's not try this. Oh boy, team. Each one's 1 gold, and we have no idea what they'll do. Alright, If you want to put it in chat, red or green, I appreciate it. I will go with whatever one I see more of in chat. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe we'll turn into a wolfman. Maybe we will get some health. Yeah, I definitely agree that in most fantasy games, red's the way to go. Like, red is always more health. But maybe this game is playing on that and saying, you like red? Red is also poison and death. Dragoman's not too uncommon in South Slavic. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Red is death. All right, I'm seeing a little bit more red, I think. A little more green. All right, next person who says red or green determines. Board games at green. Green it is. Fingers crossed. If we die, it's Mr. Board Game's fault. I gain Miraculous Tonic. Wow. Wow, board games. The character drank a miracle. We now gain stress less often. Does anyone know the worst possible outcome there? Like, is it possible to die from that? Is it possible to have a bad reaction and choke? That's a good outcome, though. I always wonder, in these new DLCs, have the developers put in a path to immortality? Right? In CK2, there is a path to immortality. It's a very long and difficult event, has so many checks on the way. We've done it once, accomplished it one time. I wonder when Glitterhoof will come back and when we get immortality again. Here's Roger. Roger here is holding some burnished mail. My liege, I'd be honored for you to have this. Please accept this gift as a commemoration of our cultural festival. Something that would remind you of this day for years to come. That's very sweet. I appreciate that he thought of this. However, he looks at me in suspicion. I believe he expects me to give him something back. This is also Japanese. At so many work meetings between two companies that have not met before, you're expected to give gifts back and forth. And as I mentioned previously, the amount of enthusiasm you're meant to open the gifts with, no matter what they are, is a little overwhelming for me. So at one exchange recently, we gave the other business, other university, a branded umbrella, which like said the name of our university, not theirs, and also like a set of chopsticks. And they have lots of chopsticks already. They're Japanese. But they opened the wrapping and held the items up and went, oh, wow, these are nice. These are amazing. Thank you so. And I was thinking, man, this is like nothing you will ever use in your entire life. Nonetheless, they present themselves as so grateful, which should feel nice, but actually feels a little alienating, to be honest. On the other side, we have to reciprocate, right? So when we open their things, and it's, you know, a handkerchief is labeled with their university that I will never ever use. Oh, thank you so much. This is so wonderful. I appreciate it. It's mostly about the thought and building the relationship, but again, very different from the US, where you say, oh, this is nice, thank you, as opposed to the really over-the-top gratitude. All right. So, I can choose a gift to give him, or I sell it for scrap. Oh, wow. If you break the burnished mail this way, you get 150 money. If you break the mail through the artifact page, I believe you get only 80. But thank you. Thank you for the gift. Oh, I'm not allowed to choose among all of my items. The game gives me a limited number of choices. I'm honored by the gift. However, since I have to get something back, I better think of something appropriate so I don't look like a fool. He's the fool, not me. I could order someone to fetch me on the beauty of nature, or I can give a lucky rabbit's paw. It would make a great, more personal gift, although I could also give him money. Everyone likes money. If I give him gold, it's 150. It's a lot. My personal rabbit paw he'd enjoy, so I've yet to use this item at all. My book here, though it's masterwork, I'm very unlikely to use it. I have a few very, very, very good books. So, oh, the book costs money. This was not a book I have. Or why is my name on it then? I didn't write it. All right. Well, here, have the rabbit paw. It cost me nothing, and that's okay. I wonder if some really good artifacts from your inventory can show up there. Give away the Throne of Charlemagne. Sure, don't mind if I do. Continue improving this. Yet again, the bishop found me only a county. At this point in history, I can only push one claim at a time, and the idea of fighting all of France for just a county feels a little silly. We did look earlier to see if we could find anyone who had claims on this title who might be willing to join our realm. It's still just these 5, and I believe they all like their father just fine, and so they're unwilling to come and join us, or they're landed, unfortunately. A while back, the King of France's family had a terrible series of accidents, and is down to very few members, unfortunately. All right. Parting demand. I've concluded the visit. It is time to ask for the tribute. It was a nice visit. Don't you spoil it by refusing to bow the knee. He accepts! Very good. Very good. But then, we're apparently staying a day longer. Look at that! I hear as I walk down the streets of Palermo. My courtier Sven is pointing to what seems to be known as St. Matthew's Fishmonger Guild. A smile quickly appears on his face, blissful. A group of apprentices are kneeled down in front of a workbench. The master supervises the craft from the lintel of the door, arms crossed, chin up. You'll need a bit more strength for that, son. Sven takes a step in their direction, completely mesmerized. Do you know about the word mesmerized? Yeah, it's actually a really interesting idea. I mean, now it's just used for someone who is like wrapped in attention. But there's a whole school of thought called mesmerism. I think it's back in the 1800s. And it's this scientist fellow who believed he understood like the way in which energy waves control everything, and had this whole account of, I think, like panpsychism. Absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, there was Dr. Mesmer, and it comes from his name and his science, and we don't think about that at all anymore when we use that term. But big fan of it. So I can help these people out. If we do that, they'll get development in Palermo. We can invest in the merchants back home. If we do this, our city building, I believe, in all of our personal realms are so much cheaper. Or go ahead, Sven, have a good time. He might become an architect. We already have an architect, so we don't need another one. So I will help my folks back home. Now we're on the road again, returning to the proper Italian location, heading up to Augsburg next. Only a few more stops. We are on the sea. The birds scream out. I've heard it said that Maghrebi fishermen are the most famed the world over for the ability to strip the ocean of its plunder. Their very own Blackfish Cove. Today, by the shores of Palermo, I'm fortunate enough to come across a Maghrebi fishing fleet. Our entourage sails close to a stray member of the fleet, and I'm greeted immediately by the pungent odor of its captain. "Alanna, my lord, can I interest ye in our finest catches of the day?" Alright, so we've met the Gorton's fishermen. We could say we'll eat well today for 150 money. If we do this, we move faster. You fish or your life, sailor. We tend to be pirates. Or no, thank you. I said I don't care that much about hurrying back home. But with that said, there are a lot of things we can't do while on the road. Most notably, we can't start wars. And so I'm going to send us into bankruptcy for 1 month's time to move a little bit faster, sure. Seaman, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that brief moment on the sea there as we're heading home. I'm always glad you can catch my streams too. It's so good seeing you and everybody else too. Welcome to Positive Money once more. Everything's good. Speaking of money, no prisoners. No prisoners. And I suspect it's the case that we have no poets or hermits. That's fine. All right. I said earlier I'm going for architect. I think that is probably true because we're pulling in so much money right now. So much money. This would give more money from Pisa and Genoa, I believe. We haven't incorporated Venice yet. Need to do that still. But no, I feel we're really good on how much money we're having coming in at this point in history. So I will just work my way down to architect, I do believe. Here we go. Some artifacts are low in durability. Yeah, unfortunately I have a whole bunch of artifacts. And I'm relatively sure the ones that are hanging on the wall are in good condition. We can see that by going to this page and mousing over each one. Yeah, they all look in good condition. I think if they're not in good condition, they have a little red marker next to them. Now, items that are green quality or lower can be destroyed, but ones that are purple and blue have to get destroyed on their own. And so we're just waiting for these ones to go away. I can give them as gifts if I want to. That might be a nicer thing to do. But yeah, for right now, nothing that's getting broken is terribly important. All right, King Guy, do you like me? Not that much. Here, have an artifact. A mighty boar's hide. Cool. Cool. And we'll give a gift to the foolish King of Sicily in appreciation for the visit. Because there are items that one uses in courts, they're only useful to kings and emperors, unfortunately. And I don't think we have many more kings inside of us. Yeah, as of right now, we only have 2 kings under us. We will produce more eventually, but for right now, no. We're able to hold all these vassals personally. Poland, how big are you? Welcome to another cultural festival. This one in Augsburg. And this, I believe, is the final large vassal we're visiting. So, he's prepared for me a wonderful cultural festival. I wonder if they do that King of Fools thing up here, too. Oh, I'm sorry, we have 2 more stops, actually. We're never going home. The sound of flutes and drums is quickly accompanied by a group of dancing guests, all following the music with joyful movements and laughter. A couple sneaks away into an alleyway, oh my, kids jump in a circle, and a lonely old man struggles to move his hips. I've told you all before, but some of you are newer. The last wedding I went to, the groom was one of my fellow graduate students, and he knew I was very nervous about being there. He gave me a talk beforehand about saying, like, just have a fun time, no one cares what you're doing, just enjoy yourself. And so, for the first time since middle school, I decided to have a dance. And I was dancing in a large group of people, trying to do the best, awkward white man dance I could. And the sister of the groom came up and said, "Stop that, you're embarrassing yourself." In conclusion, I will never dance again everywhere. I wasn't touching anybody. I was genuinely just like pivoting back and forth, doing the best I could to keep time with the music. It was a horrible moment. All right, I spot the Duke among the crowd, and next to him, one of the most beautiful women I have... Hello? One of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. Is apparently the wife of the Duke. I didn't expect that. I really saw this picture up here and said, my goodness, she has a low neckline. Yeah. Okay. So, I could dance with the Duchess. If I do that, it will be more intimidating. He may not like that, though. I could use the opportunity to dance with the locals instead. If I do that, they like me more. Or, dancing. So if I refuse to dance, we're intimidating. Maybe that's what it is. That's what it is. If I refuse to show off my moves at weddings, people will be afraid of me. That's good. I'm then approached by the Duke Conrad holding an architect drawing. We already have one of these. So these are produced by an event while touring, and it seems like there are a tremendous number of them throughout the entire world here. Wait, the current holder's item is me. So I guess it automatically goes to you. You can't refuse it. Accept the gift as a commemoration of the cultural festival. Something to remind us of the day for years to come. Alright, I'll take it, thanks. So what do I have to give him? I can give him my fancy blue book, or the joys of feasting. So, this book does what again? It's just a prestige book. It's not a experience points book, so I'm probably not going to use that one at all, ever. So, here, have my book. We've gotten lucky on garbage books coming up each time. Or garbage items so far. Okay. I'm currently thinking about this territory over here, as it is on the border, though across a mighty river. That river is the Vistula. Sounds like fistula. Do I have any claims against you? I can't even look at my claims from this page on the road. God. If I go to her title, there's one claimant who is her marshal. So no, we have no claims that way. This is probably not part of my empire, rightly. It's not. It's part of Lithuania and then the Baltic Empire. There's an achievement, or not achievement, a decision for taking over more and more Slavic lands. I do intend to do this. I seem to do it the right way. But, as many of you noticed, one of our important characters has died. We have no bodyguard, or we only have one bodyguard. Arskark here is a really good, fine person. He likes us quite a bit already, so he'll be a fine bodyguard. And I guess for now, he'll be our personal champion as well. He has a title already. His title is the Knight of the Violet. I actually don't know what that is. An idealistic besieger. Wow, that's a cool name. I think I named him something else, though, before. And for whatever reason, it doesn't remember title names. What did I call it yesterday? The King's Glorious Trebuchet, I believe. Something like that. That's a more fun name, so we'll change it yet again. The Glorious Imperial Trebuchet. One thing that's super interesting about language, you probably know this, but if you don't, it's going to blow your mind. I initially said the Imperial Glorious Trebuchet, and something inside my head said, that is not the correct order of those adjectives. And I said, okay, the Glorious Imperial Trebuchet, that's right. Apparently all languages have a particular ordering of adjectives that is correct for that language, that native speakers know, and it's incredibly hard for non-native speakers to learn. And different languages order them in different ways. I've seen a number of theories about how this ordering works. It's something about like which qualities are more essential to the concept or individual object being described, but it's very, very, very hard to think about. So if I say my coffee mug, the large gray stone mug, that's correct. If I say the stone, if I say the it's hard to even think about. If I say the stone gray large mug, nothing has changed, right? We just reversed the ordering of the adjectives, but it's just wrong. It's unidiomatic. And that's such an interesting thing about languages. Okay, the Glorious Imperial Trebuchet all the way. We have some open accolade spots also. I should look for that. Alright, Lucino we could appoint. Lucino would be a tactician stalwart. Tacticians do what again? More martial lifestyle. So he would train the king in fighting well. And beyond that, stalwart here helps keep us nice and safe. So, something about the tutor of the king, something about learning martiality. So what's the kind of role of someone who would teach combat? Battle master? The Royal Battle Master. Oh, it's a good name. It's a good name. The Right Hand of God, a bit strong. Karate King 2. Yes, sensei. All right. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. That's all we can make for right now. Now, there are other accolades we've used before, including the Bow and Whip and the Unbreakable Resolve. So the Bow and Whip helped us recruit more levies more quickly. The Unbreakable Resolve helps our heavy troops have greater amounts of, I think, attack. I don't remember exactly. Both those are quite good. Furious Johnson, thanks for the follow. Good to have you here, my friend. Yeah, learning how to balance which knights we have, which knights we want for the acclaimed roles is one of the big challenges for this DLC that I don't quite understand yet. It feels a little bit tedious to always look for maintaining the best ones. You got to make sure you work with the knights you have, I suppose. I'll be curious to see how we get more accolades. I'm sure there's a technology for it. There's probably also some like dynastic perk. We'll keep our eyes out on that one. Speaking of which, well, no. I was going to say speaking of which, I'd like to invite some more knights. Because we do have a bunch of knights already, 12 there, but our worst active knight, you're naked. Our worst active knight is what? Oh, actually 19 or so, 18 or so. 16 or so. It keeps going down. 16 is the lowest of the knights. Were we playing as Norse, we could definitely bump that up quite a bit with Berserkers and such, and Vikings. No guarantees for feudal order. But we can always ask to see who we can find. After a while, we'll do that. But secrets! Some duke here defiled the sanctity of his marriage by taking part in a very hilarious relationship with our jester. I'm sure she says honk honk repeatedly. Guards? Alright. She has plenty of money to free herself. We could revoke her title, but no particular reason to do that right now. And then once freed, we will be turning her into our jester again. Because she's fine. She's fine. They understand that as the ruler, you got to make them pay the taxes for their misdeeds. Good stuff. A loyal reminder. The sky above Augsburg is clouded in the gray streamers. If I have my white balance wrong, I gotta be a gray streamer too. The knights start to wander on the narrow alleys. Duke Conrad's hold rises at the top of the hill, almost defiant. He could use a reminder of who he serves. I am the emperor by divine right. The crown hangs over my head like the moon above all the stars. No matter how brightly you shine, I prevail. We seem a little full of ourselves, but I'm okay with that. So we should ensure that Conrad renews his homage to me. He may not enjoy that. Or let's have a good time. So if we say let's have a good time, a bunch of the local counties, but none that are personally mine, gain a humble liege. Everyone likes me more. Nope, I'm in charge here. Cobblestorm, thanks for the follow. It's been nice having you here the past few days. Every candle in the room burns furiously to keep the darkness outside. A migrant draft comes in. Migrant draft. Love it. Comes and goes through the stone cracks around. Hello, wife. Around the window. The Duke Conrad is kneeling in front of me, and I reach out for his hands, taking them into mine. In mine, rather. My friend, I start, and tighten the grip. You give your hands into my hands in the place of our hearts. I think highly of the fidelity, and as such I demand your... Alright. We could say, give me gold. His taxes will go up. He's currently at low, so I wouldn't mind that. Where'd the event go? Hello. So I could say more taxes, more men. I'd like to have additional loyalty. If we do that, we'll get a hook against him, but I can never change his contract. Or why don't we be friends? So it looks like golden men he doesn't care. The hook he cares quite a bit. And friendship he's very happy about. So yeah, we'll go and say, give me gold. Thank you. He's fine with that. Hey, Burnt My Toast, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Good to hang out with you for sure. Also, Pavel, thanks a whole bunch for your follow. Means the world. My friends, another hour has passed since last we Ha ha! Sorry. We got the duchy. Another hour has passed since last ad break, so we're taking a quick break here. 3 minutes or so of ads. I'll be doing some crosswords. We'll see on our side, and we'll claim the Duchy of Flanders, which means when we get home, we are taking land from the French. I wish to cheer USA, USA, but I suppose it's HRE, HRE. See you in 3 minutes. I'm going to put you into emote-only mode this time, because I don't see any big conversations happening. That said, I'm kind of liking the idea of leaving you all in open chat mode. It's also nice conversation sometimes. We just finished doing just this area up here, and there are some things I don't quite know. Flora plus fauna is biota. I'm not sure how to say it, but it's that. An author of a 1795 romance. I don't recognize this name right away. Catherine Hahn, maybe? Oh, I said earlier it's Heidi Ho, Kermit the Frog here. I think it might just be Hi Ho, etc. TC Monacy, man, sorry, I can't read it. Can't read your name. TC Mancini, rather. Thank you for the prime sub. Welcome to Crossword Time. TC Mancini. I'm sorry for my bad reading. So I think it is the case that Tupac Amaru is Incan. I do not know who that is. Oh! I suddenly know who this is. It's Napoleon Bonaparte. Part? Huh. Delightful. Identity sometimes represented by green on pride flags. I'm guessing it's aromantic, but I do not know that for sure. Hey, Arctic Python, thank you for the sub also. That's right, you run some ads, you get the subs. Python, thank you, friend. Elisa, thank you also for your generous follow here. This one right here I saw right away, so put your wallet away is my treat. Perfect. Texting tech, I said, is SMS. So this is a group of countries expected to drive economic growth. BRICS. Brazil, Russia, India, China, Siam. I have no idea. After emote-only mode ends, please tell me. I'm guessing that India and China are correct, because they both have such large populations. Past that, I'm not sure, though. Something corner in DC, I do not know. Okay, yeah. Clucks disapprovingly is indeed Tuts. Oh, I was going to say Tuts at, but it may not be, because I think Tuts is just one or two T's. Tuts near, Tuts 2? Not sure. Production with contributions from the right and the left. So it could be something involving ambidextrous. It could be politically right and left. It could be like merging between two lanes. That said, Japanese people, very good at the zipper merge, including at train stations. It's an amazing thing to see multiple lines of people getting onto an escalator together. Left person, right person, left person, right person. It's really, really impressive and so foreign to me as an American. A punny progressive motto since 2015. Nothing comes to mind. That's lowercase p progressive, so it's not the insurance company. Author of the Pulitzer-winning collection Post-Colonial Love Poem. I'm sure I'll know the name, but I don't see it right now. Can we chat real quick? Probably have a sec. Skedaddle. So it's going to be get, I suspect, which means like get out of here, which is definitely a ruralism. Trans, perhaps, an abbreviation. I have no idea what kind of abbreviation it is. Trans, of course, is part of a car. It's also, an identity of gender. Emmy-winning writer and actress blank Nicole Black. No clue. Encanto song blank Oruguatas. I assume it's a loss, but who knows? Wrench, for example. Well, it's a tool. That feels a little obvious, but we'll see. A second to last letter before ampersand in the obsolete version of the alphabet. Oh, God. Oh, gosh. I don't remember. I know I've read about the history of the alphabet at various points. Is there an F? like that. I'm not sure. Rattled. Pacino's role in The Irishman. I actually watched this. It was a very, very, very long movie. He played a non-Irish gangster who he claimed was involved with Jimmy Hoffa, disappearance and murder, but I can't remember, unfortunately. They may be both pricked or cocked. One's hat can be cocked, one's head can be cocked. Plural, though, I'm not sure. Temporarily blank. A phrase used by accessibility activist Ed Roberts. Temporarily. So, out of order is the standard phrase here. Oh, that would actually work. I don't know if it's actually his phrase, but for people who have different mobility abilities or inabilities, like escalators and elevators that can't move up and down anymore are out of order and they can't use it. And so I can imagine accessibility people saying, we are temporarily out of order in order to challenge and to create the ADA and so on. I bet it is temporarily out of order. We'll see if that's right. The motorcycle song singer Guthrie, that's Arlo Guthrie, one of those long, lovely story songs like Alice's Restaurant. A back-bending asana. Asanas are yoga moves. My wife knows about them, and I don't. Texters ta-ta. So there's like, see you later, away from key, I don't know. Something to play in, question mark. It could be an act, like act one of a play, not sure. Mosquito net material, probably mesh. Okay, all the crosses done. Welcome back from the ads. Made some good progress. Let's get ourselves back to the game. We'll do some more of that in about 1 hour's time. All right, BRICS is an acronym for 5 economies: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Thank you very much for that. So I was right about Russia and India, or I was right about India and China. So Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Yeah, I don't know enough about economics or world anything to know that. Do I know what would have happened if Napoleon had been hit by a cannon? He'd been Napoleon blown apart. Very good, I like that. Mike, your favorite things are eating your family and not using commas. Very good. Eating my family and not using commas. Thank you for the excellent commentary. I'm always absolutely delighted that that when I remove emote only mode, so many of you have absolutely delightful jokes and comments for me. Thank you for for being here and being part of the show. It's some good stuff. All right, as I mentioned, praise be to the Lord, or at least my bishop. He's found us a claim on all of Flanders that's worth going to war for, and it's only 80 money. That's so inexpensive. Wow. All right. The Prince of Bohemia, who ran the Duchy of Pomerania, has died. Show me your contract, please. Normal. I'm not going to go in the direction of exploitation quite yet. All right. Let's think about the next claim we want to develop. Well, first of all, apparently there's some heresy in my territory. Oh, infidels. So still 3 infidel counties down there. And yes, indeed, in the middle of this thing, there's a tremendous amount of Lollard heresy. I believe I converted the people who become Lollards, though they haven't entirely converted their counties back. Hello, Duke Guy. Will you convert? 1% chance. 1% chance. Wow. If he likes me more, he will potentially convert. If he refuses to convert, I can then throw him in prison and give it to our family. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm saying there's a chance it's true. Hey, Game Urchin. Question about empire succession. Confederate partition doesn't create empires. True. As a new emperor with 9 kingdoms created, is it better to allow Confederate partition to create them if you lose a few? My answer on the question of is it better to create or let Confederate partition make titles is entirely, do you need prestige? So as you know, creating titles gives you prestige. Yesterday when I was hoarding prestige to change the imperial title, succession law, I did create some titles solely for that purpose. Yeah, and that's the big thing. Which is more important right now, gold or prestige? Yeah, there you go. Mount 13 just sitting here watching and learning. I appreciate that. If you have any questions about CK3, I love talking through these ideas and seeing what I can share. Like I said, I intend to go this direction next because these little people have no friends, and Estonia is already eating them from the east, and so we will eat them from the west next. Oh, never mind. I don't care about converting the lollards. I want land. Give me land. Is this actually the ducal capital? So 'tis. Let's go, let's go. Also, we had someone die on the royal court. More architects needed. In just a moment, Praha will finish its building. Like I said, all the buildings in Praha until we get back home. Or we have nothing else to build here, because it is so cheap and so fast right now to push out more better things. Even with all of the effort that's clearly been put into the festival, I still notice abandoned houses and poor materials here in Augsburg. When I approach the main square, I see that the Duke Conrad has been surrounded by a group of kids, eagerly asking about our entourage. They immediately hide the moment they see me. I've brought this from the capital, if anyone cares to see, I say, as I show Conrad the ancient plaque I brought with me. Magnificent, he says, as the kids come back to see it. Are we actually using this item? I don't believe we are. Let's see. Yeah, the ancient plaque we used early just to... There it is. Just to get some prestige at all. It's the kind of item we could pass on to our heir to make them more prestigious at the beginning. I kind of forgot to do that, of course. Also, wait a second. When my emperor received the burnished mail, he put it on. So there are events in this new DLC where your ruler will change what he has equipped. And it doesn't necessarily tell you that's happened. One of them in a tournament event said, your ruler has lost control of his weapon. And I thought that was just text that indicated what was happening in a fight. But when we came back to the character's page, they did not have their weapon equipped. So we're not using our big fancy armor. Clearly, big fancy armor is necessary. So what happens if I give him this item? Development improves in a county. Yeah, we're already maxed out on intimidation, so I'm just going to give it to him. It's a really minor item, all things considered. I've then concluded my visitation here. It is time to ask for these fine people to give me tribute. They do. They do indeed. Intimidation successful. We then go visit the Prince of Salzburg. And then we're going to visit some other person. We're looking around Salzburg. What do we see? What do we see? It's been a wonderful tour, entertainment, beauty, and all the rest. I have one more item to give away at low durability. We'll do that in a second. Well, here some random peasant comes up and chit-chats with the Prince Archbishop. He does not kiss the ring. He does not bow deeply. Excuse me. So, we can see what he has to say. If we do this for 5 whole years, we will get noble tutoring, more lifestyle experience than any possible tree. We already have that, I believe. I'm guessing it does not stack. I'm guessing we have that, I believe. There it is. This goes to 1151, which is very close to 5 whole years. Or you may not speak out of turn. I'm going to listen to see if this stacks. It does not. It does not. It's just one time, which is fine. While here, the Archbishop shows me his troops. A sea of shimmering armor stands before me, each soldier unfazed by the weight of their bodies. Fine soldiers, but it's a waste to have them standing around here all day long. Alright, I can invite them to be managed more efficiently. We'll probably fail at that, unfortunately. Or I can use soldiers like this. Our heavy infantry is cheaper for the next 25 years? I mean, awesome. However, how do we use heavy infantry recruitment? I mean, pushing this button, I suppose, but also they have to die, right? They have to die in order to be reinforced. Well, sounds like it might be time for a war very, very, very soon. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. We have a message in the throne room. We can't do anything with it because we're not there. The item that's soon to decay is not one we're using, and so I want to give it to Hello. Riding through the... Wait, you're naked here and clothed there. Riding through the grounds of the barony of Salzburg, I'm suddenly stopped in the middle of the road by my host, the Prince Archbishop Friedrich of Salzburg. It appears he's managed to capture my rival, Dobroslava, and has her saddled up like a horse, ready for me to mount and ride through the countryside. I don't want to ride the pony lady. Oh gosh. Though an excellent opportunity to show my inherent superiority, will I stoop that low? Of course I will. She gets humiliated, or let's not be terrible. Let's not be terrible. Speaking of riding, we have a riding incident. I ride through the grounds of the barony of Salzburg, scarcely a thought in my contented head. I know some of you are Europeans, and this game is made by Swedish people. Just between you and me, are Swedish people really, really weird? Some of the events in this DLC are a little much. Meffert, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Alright, I'm suddenly snapped back into reality as a 14-year-old girl rushes in front of my steed, arms flailing in reverence to see the Emperor. Their appearance is so sudden, I scarcely have the time to react or even process the child I know. With my sweating hands in the reins, I must react. Oh boy, a child has run into the street. You just bawl, you are Swedish, yes you are. I appreciate the self-knowledge, the self-reflection. Alright, we can try to avoid the child. We're guaranteed to pull it off. Or, nothing stands my way, let's drive over a child. No, no, no. We're a monster, but not that much of a monster. Do any of my vassals not like me all the way? King of Lotharingia we already gave an item to, so that's not going to do it. Duke of Savoy. Hello, buddy. They give you an item that you can't really use, but that's a-okay. Cool. Also, I forgot that in diplomacy I have access to artifact claims. The most useful thing about this is you can see all of the items he has in just one spot. We can do this on absolutely anybody we want to, without having to go through the royal court page and so on. So, King of Lotharingia, show me what you got. He has a throne. Oh, I gave him that throne a while back. It was mine. Nothing too fancy yet. Hello, Pope guy. Show me the papal treasures. At this point, we're not going to buy any artifact claims off anybody, but... the Pope has nothing. Absolutely nothing. How about our friend the King of France? Are we the only person in the game so far with good items? There we go. The skull cap of Charlemagne. Sounds like the kind of thing that should be owned by the Emperor. Regalia is actually in pretty terrible condition. It is worse than my current one, though that seduction can be useful on a young ruler. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. No breaking artifacts right now. Got criminals to pardon if we want to, but witches and witches and witches and witches. All the criminals are witches. My host has paid me to look away from a certain room, 135 cash money. So this is a case where we would have had the opportunity to go dig into dig into people's secrets and tax them and so on, but he gave me money not to look. I'm fine with that. Hello to Delibird. Thank you much for the follow. I look like your teacher. I am a teacher. If you take classes in Tokyo, I might be your teacher. I've concluded the visit to Salzburg. It's time to go away. Bend ye the need. Need? Sorry, bend ye the knee. Your emperor misspoke slightly. He's still in charge, though, no matter how much of a big dumb he might be. All right, one last stop and then home. The grandest tour ever. Welcome to Sankt Polten. Big boy ruler here, not feeling well, but he got out of bed to spend time with me. Let's get to it. Delibird, thank you also for the Prime sub. Wow, a whole bunch of generosity today. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the follow, the nice words, the subscription. Very kind of you, my friend. As we continue the tour around the grounds of the Bishopric of St. Paulet, I hear unfamiliar voices all around us. Suddenly, I find my entire party surrounded by women in hoods pointing knives and bows directly at me. One of the assassins steps towards me and presses her knife firmly to her side. Happy hunting, my lord. We've come hunting emperors. One of the assassins steps towards me and presses her knife firmly to my side. Read that part already. Though I'm at first startled, it quickly becomes clear this is just an act. The assassin gives me a wink, and I observe their weapon is made entirely of wood and dull on all sides. They expect me to play along and foil the attempt on my life. Are we being tricked here? Are we having some weirdness? I could say have at you Bampot and have a fun time, and the dynasty of the ruler here gains some renown for playing with the emperor, or go away you. I will definitely say have at you Bampot. We had a nice time. She's not dead, she's just off stage. All very, very good. Eka says it'd be funny if one of my students found their way into the chat. So at the beginning of last semester, I had a student say he was a gamer. And so I approached him and said, hey, what kind of games do you play? He's like, well, I like base builders. I like Auction Not Included. And RimWorld's pretty good. And he began to list all of the games I play on stream. And I thought to myself, man, if he ever watches Twitch and goes into any of these directories, there's a real possibility he will find the channel. It was a weird moment. It felt like he knew me before he knew me. But yeah, he really likes these kind of games, which is pretty cool. My hunting bow at my side, a member of the party alerts me to the presence of a stag just below an embankment near a location. Standing at the edge of the cliff, I should be able to pierce its heart. For a skilled hunter such as I, it should be easy, but not without risk. The ground's a little bit unsteady, but with careful footing, I should be able to slay this beast without any issue. So our ruler, as far as hunting goes, is maxed out on Wenator. Needs more falconry, but it should be easy. Guaranteed to happen. More renown, more good. My footing proves true and my aim ever truer as I fell the beast with a single arrow without so much as stumbling over the precarious precipice. The hunting party seems impressed, the grounds filled with the applause of my fellows. My host comes to congratulate me on my kill. With that business concluded, I throw in my kill with the rest and continue our tour of the grounds. Nice. Did they remove aspiring, eager, legendary traits for Hunter and Revel and Sword Guy? Yeah, they've modified them for this DLC, maybe for the patch that went with it. Now instead, there are different levels inside of each of the traits. So you get the lifestyle trait by going on hunts, by going on feasts, etc. And the more you do, the more you level up. I don't know previously how you got levels in hunting or reveling, if there was a hidden experience bar, but now they're explicitly there. So you can see exactly how far you are from leveling up to the next level of each of these. Blade Master too. Blade Master. I think it's a really great change. It takes a somewhat opaque system and makes it a lot clearer. Okay, we have enough money now to do some fun things, other than just waiting for our one capital county to increase itself building-wise. So I will go ahead and upgrade the men-at-arms again, as those are super cheap. We'll do them first. And my little light footmen we probably shouldn't keep, but I love them, so we'll keep them for now. Cool. Cool. Does Drunkard have a leveling meter? No. So to my knowledge, none of the negative traits have more and less. It's binary instead. It'd be cool to see just how much of a drunkard you are. But for right now, we're just some kind of drunkard, a little bit, don't you worry. Duke Ermon from Carnithia, who is indeed a murderer. I think he's actually a double murderer, isn't he? Can I blackmail him again? No, I think he is a double murderer, but we forgave him one and then blackmailed him on the other. At some point, he will be able to be charged money for his attempted murder. Anyway, he writes the story, someday I will die, I'll have nothing. It's not a good poem, so I'll say, Ermon, stick to your day job, thank you. Good. Is there a mechanism that allows you to remove negative traits? You can remove some of them through events, random events. I don't know if any of them are... guaranteed. Like, you go push this button and you have the opportunity to lose negative trait. I think there's like spiritual awakening events where you, through the power of God, get over whatever you've done previously. Do traits like Albano or Giant make it impossible to strengthen the bloodline? Yeah, those kind of decisions have a clear statement that you are not allowed to have negative traits. I'll pull that up and show you. Strengthen the bloodline. At the very bottom here, you have 0 bad congenital traits. You can't have any on that character. That said, unfortunately, giantism counts as a negative trait, and that breaks my heart. So you have to strengthen the bloodline and then become a giant. As I'm taking to see all the sights in this bishopric, I am beginning to notice the absolute opulence of it all. Though merely a prince bishop, Ernst lives in relative luxury and clearly has more than enough coin to go around. Looking at the sheer number of windows in the abode, I can introduce a window tax and bleed the prince bishop of his excess. Yes. Let's put forward one of the early heresies. The money you have here distracts from the reward you'll have in heaven. Window tax it is. He won't like that. However, various counties he holds will get stronger. I'll get some money. Or let him off of it. No, obviously, taxing those windows. Which is why there was the rise of Macintosh and iOS, because then they don't have to pay their window taxes. Alright. Also, the Count Emond owes us more money. Show me your contract, please. Low. Yeah, we'll go ahead and bump that up to normal. There are a bunch of empty holdings still. Someone else hid things in a secret room. Thanks for the cash, I appreciate it. Man, on this intimidation tour, we have made so much money all the way through. And I know you can do a taxation tour, or I think a cultural tour, maybe the third one. There's 3 tours you can do. I didn't realize we make so much money on doing this tour, though. That's crazy. We've included the visit. Bow! He does. We are nearly home. Now, I think our ruler has that Wanderer trait. He does. I think Wanderer may only get points if you're outside of the realm. I'm not sure on that, though. We haven't gotten any Wanderer points at all. Now, maybe it's only at the very end here that we get all those. We'll see. I'm going to hold our money until we get home to figure out what we want to do next. Maybe a pilgrimage. We haven't done that quite yet. We approach a hamlet where a forlorn man stands shackled on the gallows, a throng gathered at its foot. Emperor! It's the Emperor! A peasant stumbles through the crowd, crying, Please, my husband's innocent! These fiends put their sins at others' feet! No! Hrabshi! Alright, the scapegoat is here. The official bows sheepishly. Sorry, my lord, ignore her. The man is guilty. Don't worry about that. Alright, so I think that Blazena, is the wife here. And then Bia, our executioners with us. So I want to hear the charges. We are likely to fail at understanding the charges. Bit of big dumb. We gain stone unturner. Stop at nothing to find the truth. We're going to fail. I'm here to pardon him and her. If we do this, we get strong hooks on each of them. Random peasants, or here comes the executioner to help out. Our capital gains celebrity executioner. Yeah, old Bia here. Old Bia. I don't recall why she's the executioner, but yes, the 64-year-old woman, the grandest executioner of all time. Ha ha! I love it. Alright, the grand tour has ended. If I don't get the achievement, I'm going to be so disappointed. Control is increased everywhere we stopped. We are now a magnificent liege. Cool. As you see there, so many more vassals, so much more vassal tax. The capital improves more. Gets renowned. Everyone enjoyed our visits. Look at them all. Look at them all indeed. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So even the ones who didn't come to the door do count as having been visited. We finished the tour. As an emperor, go on an intimidation tour visiting all of your powerful vassals. My suspicion is over the course of the tour, the people who were our strong vassals changed. And so it might be who are the strong vassals at the end of the tour. Or perhaps, are they a strong vassal when you visit them? I made a list of who the strong vassals were to ensure that, we had the ones when we started the trip. I didn't do intimidation at least one instance. So, it just says visiting. So the way I read this, and maybe I'm wrong on this, Mancini, the way I read this is the tour has to be intimidation, which is one of the selections at the beginning. And then you just need to visit powerful vassals. But again, it might check us another point. Anyway, so that's a stream and a half of effort that left to absolutely nothing. How many is all? There are always 5 powerful vassals. So that's a little disappointing. Well, we'll get it eventually on some probably future playthrough in a much smaller and more compact empire, ideally, because doing that again is absolutely ridiculous. All right. We had a nice tour anyway, and we now get a dynastic legacy. One thing I'd point out is we should now have instilling fear, so our men-at-arms are cheaper for the more dreadful we are. I'd like to also go ahead and pick up the other 2. So higher tax for 20 years and higher prestige for 20 years. I'll do taxation next in a little while. What do I want to do? I was so focused on activities, I didn't think even a little bit about what kind of legacies we want for our dynasty. I don't want to deal with tons of kids. Like, though it's the case that having large families is very useful. As of right now, on Confederate partition, I'd prefer not to deal with losing any of the ruler's personal territory. Desirable match. Glory hounds like you more. We have very few glory hounds. Most of our vassals currently are parochial, which allow us to get more knights and such. Blood is, of course, the default one for so many playthroughs, just because your people become absolute superhuman demigods so fast. Erudition's fun. So one advantage of Erudition is we'll be able to work on fixed yard development fairly quickly. Starting in Eastern Europe, our development's fairly far behind Western Europe and Spain and Italy and the Byzantine capital as well. So it could be super, super cool to help with that. Also, we are pretty far behind on technology, so anything involving erudition could help a lot. Now, that said, I don't care that much about the piety ones, except insofar as it allow us to get either money or claims from the Pope. As an emperor, you don't really need claims from the Pope, though. Not quite sure why I need that then. Can I change succession now that all the vassals are in line? I think we only have access to Confederate Petition, and Seniority currently, and I don't want to deal with Seniority because it gets very confusing very quickly as our family gets larger. Guiles, I mean, great, but I'm not a bad person. Should be the law. Should be a just ruler. This is probably the most like RP appropriate one. If we're gonna run an empire, we should probably be a fair and good person. That said, because we're running a multi-ethnic, large cultural empire, this could also be very, very useful. Let's do the law. I am the law. Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay. Can I build anything else in Praha right now? No. Everything requires us to have more technology we don't yet have. So we can begin to build elsewhere if we want to. Where are we on technology right now? We're finishing up the last little bits of early medieval. And gradually we're learning about high medieval, but we are, like I said, fairly far behind on that. We're going to get a claim here. We'll have a firing check on that in just a moment. We got just the county, so we'll try again. And France, how you looking? France has a alliance with Flanders. It has Bourbon in the south and Vendôme. So all their alliances are internal. Yeah, I want Flanders. So is there anything I need to do before we grab Flanders? We could do more buildings. We could start a new tour. You cannot tour and start a battle at once. So we'll hold off for a second and then launch it. I want to have 300 money before we begin. If you go highest crown authority, you can set your own successor. Yeah, I don't want to go especially high crown authority right now because though we are the emperor, we have relatively small amounts of personal holdings, all in Bohemia. We're pulling in a lot of money per month right now, but when we have our succession changeover, I need to make sure that the empire stays together. And the higher crown authority you are, the more everyone hates you. As you see, there are those parochial vassals, we have a lot of those, get negative 40. That plus short reign could cause some huge, huge problems. So maybe eventually, once we built up more, I'll go up. But for right now, level 2 is just fine. 300 money, awesome. Hello, France. We were once allies, and then we were rivals, and now give me Flanders, please. And here comes epic music. Music will be epic very soon. I can't decide if we need our allies for this one. I'm going to say no, though if we end up pulling them in, that's fine. So bring me genuinely everyone. I'll be curious to see if our economy can actually support the entire army. I kind of sort of doubt it, but we'll see in just a moment here. A message from the King of Lotharingia. He doesn't want to be rivals anymore. That's fine. Welcome back into the fold. He loves us and a rival. It's very, very strange. Aight. A word of advice. As I saunter throughout my city, surely safe for the Emperor, a heavy pouch at my belt. How do I use all this coin? All right, Empire guy, we're using this coin to keep the army on its feet. I admire the wares of a local sculptor. Catholic imagery, a sound investment. My steward, the Count Hurta, suddenly appears at my side. A word of advice, my liege? Have a look at the mason's workshop over there. Their wares are simple, but their potential is great. Stonemasonry is the future. Hey, Vokna, how's it going? It's very good seeing you. I'm sorry to make you envious of my playtime. I have a very nice life, and that I can play games as a job, but it's good seeing you, Vokna, sincerely. Alright, so we could see the sculptor for 70 money. We personally get 5% piety for helping the church have its icons. Surely we don't worship the icons, do we? No. No idolatry allowed. And rather, we get 10% more money from our capital. I'm not going to do it, but I am considering moving my capital over to the gold mine county so that these 10% bonuses are so good. Or invest ye in the mason's workshop. The count and I might become friends, and then we'd get more piety also, as well as improvement to how fast we build and how many taxes we get. So this is investing in both of them at once. Or just give me money. 70% chance, pulling it off, it works. So much money, so much piety, everything is wonderful. And the army is 2 days. Fully raised, and we're still positive on cash. Awesome. Super ultra awesome. Because the king has 11,000 troops, I'm going to stay in giant death stack. We'll death stack against death stack, and then probably leave some siegers behind. That's great. This is always a really nice moment in a playthrough when one recognizes that even without the Herregeld, the bonus taxes at wartime, your economy is finally strong enough. We'll see how long that continues, but so far it's pretty good. All right, we have 20,000 troops. This area we're going to fight in is a plains. The finest commander we have right now is a holy warrior. Not needed, we're fighting Catholics. So, you are plain guy here. Oh wow, this guy's both plains and also rough terrain. That's really nice. So we'll be junking 5 base points in advantage, but getting someone who's pretty darn good anyway. So, will they allow me to just march on top of them? Or will they run away? Let's see. Does the Pope have money for me? I suspect not. He has to give me 1,500 money right now to take his money. Yeah, 1,500. He's at 800. Other kings will probably take his money before then. So, no luck. They did run. Okay. They're feeling like they might possibly win if we go into French territory. Oh, river crossing. Wait, really? Oh, there is a river there. Pretty smart, you. So if we go over this, over river there also. So we'll go this way. Huh. When I'm holding down control, they only want to cross back this way. Why? That's really weird. So control lets you pick your own path. Is there a bridge there? For some reason, they really want to go through there. Well, whatever. Let's go ahead and return back to the actual sieging. So I'm going to break off. I don't want a half and half. Oh, is it shift key, not control? Maybe it's shift instead. Thank you. It is shift, not control. Thank you for your excellent knowledge. A bit of forgetful Fred sometimes. Maybe my real name's Fred. Can you imagine? I think some years back, one of our viewers decided they could not tolerate not knowing what my name was. And so they began to call me, was it like Robert, to their husband? And I love that so much. We're not going to get there before the river crossing. They're now cut off from that one river. And they're not going to get away. Haha, we caught half their army. Fair enough, have a good night. Sleep well, Fred. Oh, poor King of France. That's a little embarrassing, boss. Good victory, good fun. From that, we got 14 war score already. We didn't capture anybody, but we did a decent amount of work anyway. Important thing to do, though, is to get it and begin sieging down. So the duchy here is quite the large one. Zealand here is actually going to stay independent, I believe, at the end of this one. So we have to find some way to, find some way to pick that up probably in the next war. For now, though, let's go to, well, not yet. Soon we'll go to Bruges. And I know there's a movie called, it's called In Bruges. In Bruges. I don't know how to pronounce this word, I apologize. But we'll want to go check that out soon enough. I worry this army will march on my small group there. So we gotta just be cautious on that. And be ready to pull over. Hungary and Croatia have gone to war. We're allies with both. And so I want to help neither. The Duke Eberhard wants us to come to a grand tournament. So it is the case that this current king has done nothing with his body other than hunting. So we do not have foot strength. We do not have... Well, that's not true. We don't have experience points in it. But we do have a tremendous amount of prowess. And I believe prowess is part of what determines your ruler's success at a tournament. So, while the soldiers fight, while the knights are away, heck yes, let's go to a tournament. And it's on the other side of the empire. It's actually fairly close to the battle line, so we'll need to be careful we don't get walk into an enemy army. But we're inside of our own realm, so you can probably buy some relatively cheap guards. Yeah, the only dangerous spot's the forest there, so we'll equip a much cheaper forest guide. No danger at all. Let us go. The cultural ambassador has just shared the good news of the Czech culture throughout the realm. Off we go. Okay. If I dump a sieging army here, I wonder how large it will have to be. Huh, they're just sieging. Yeah, I thought they'd go around into their own territory there to beat the sieging army, but no. We'll ignore bullion here. I'm sure the castle's made well of bullion blocks. Okay, so unfortunately the sieging army here has to be basically everyone in the world. That said, siege done, we can then reinforce this army, again leave a sieging army behind, then go fight down the other groups. Message here from the Duke of Ostfalen, not a large vassal, but a pious one nonetheless. He comes to submit. We appreciate his submission. That said, he falls over, probably drunk. Don't you worry. I appreciate the oaths. Thank you for helping me improve the goodness of the realm. Okay, again, dump sieging armies. And where are you going, buddy? Where are you going? While traveling along, we meet a man named Lothar. Lothar of Essen looks like he'd be a fine knight. He's a bold antagonist. So, we're pretty darn good at combat. 92%. He'll join us. Or Mikslash, my bodyguard, who's not nearly as good. Yeah, the strong knights are all on the battlefield. So I will fight myself. I win. He's recruited a new knight. How great's that? Welcome to the tournament here in Cleves. Find me a woman named Anne at once. There's no time to lose. I must prepare. I must be the victor at any cost whatsoever. So we have no stress right now. You'll see that we are a maximally strong character in archery. That said, we are not qualifying for archery. I still don't understand how qualification works in this game. But again, we are 5 points in archery. You're a really good hunter, but does not matter. The person who's favored is non-existent skill at archery. I just am confused. Alright, a little turning ground to try to boost our chance of victory. Restless while waiting for the contestants to begin, or simply eager to exhibit his skill, Baudouin de Bourbourg has proclaimed a passage of arms at the outskirt of Cleves. If any able-bodied knight wish to pass, let them face me or be disgraced. It said he keeps the spurs of all those who he defeats, and any lady who wishes to pass unescorted must leave a token to be reclaimed later on her behalf. Now that is a knight. The Stag of Tormir gains glory, so his title gains glory and prestige, or forbid the foolishness. No, it's fine, it's fine. He's a knight, cool stuff. We didn't get a bonus to our qualification score, unfortunately. Does anyone know how qualification works? Does anyone have any idea how this works? Didn't get a claim this time on the duchy. We'll keep at that. Hey, Water, thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. 5 days to go until we can visit next. I do need to keep an eye on the war. I have to declare interest in the archery. Do we not? Yeah, we're marked as participating in each of them. So we are trying to take part in these, but we're bad at it. Every time you enter Eternity Grounds, you get an event for qualification. Yeah, we just tried that, and unfortunately it did absolutely nothing. So, all I know is you have to try to make the numbers go up. Yeah, I don't know. You'll recall last tournament, even though we had similarly strong abilities, we did not qualify for any event. Now, I'm their emperor. I should be able to say, let me in or I will destroy you. But something's very strange there. Yeah, our intent is triumph. Triumph is progress to victory at all costs, rather. And there's nothing here that goes to qualification. And I find this system a little bit opaque, to be honest. At the tent camp, we're able to sabotage people, which could lower other people's ability to qualify. At the temple, we can pray for victory also. At the tavern, we can drink. Let's go to tent camp and see what we find. A small crowd is gathered around a passionately orating Hildebert. They seem to be listening intently. The journey's important as the destination. Always take chances. He watches a feather drifting past. I've never gotten this far without spotting every opportunity on the road. For example, when I traveled to Jerusalem for my very first pilgrimage, almost half an hour passes, but it feels like mere seconds. He sure knows how to spin a tale. So, this will help us in upcoming contest. Our score increases moderately. Or, I guess I learned something. We will now guaranteed to qualify. Previously, I've closed this window and come back, and it's no longer true. We can visit somewhere in 7 days. The archery will begin in 5 days. Cool. We'll see. We stole a child's item just now. Sieging army forward. Both their armies are there still. I'm going to cross over and then hopefully destroy. Food's getting a little low. Hey, we qualified. Awesome. And we are apparently second in line in terms of favored contestants. The varied crowd of hey, we got hostile looter also. So at this late stage, we have begun to learn martial games. Cool. Varied crowd of contestants mill about, comparing bows and trading tales of their finest shots. The creak of bows, twang of strings carries far. My ears prick up. Someone mentioned me. Am I a betting man today? Yes, we're gonna bet on ourselves. I vowed to myself I'd win a contest in this tournament, and I can't help but consider a less fair approach to securing the prize of the archery competition. I'm sure my opponents would do the same if they only had the idea. Who knows? Maybe they already have. So Adrian on top, we're allowed to trick him somehow. We're unlikely to succeed. I can't brook Sestamir winning. Again, we're not likely to succeed. We must pacify Earl Robert or let us be honorable. So I wouldn't be honorable if we were better at misdeeds. Unfortunately, we're not very good at misdeeds. So I'll be honorable, don't you worry. Place ye your bets. If I bet on myself, we get 400 money. If I bet on Adrian, we get only 63 money. Obviously, betting on ourselves. Ha ha! Grobzilla, thank you so much for the resubscription. Learning from the professor of RimWorld and CK3 Crimes Against Humanity. Usually in CK3 I'm a good guy, but no, definitely this playthrough I've been, we'll call it less than a good guy. Grubzilla, thank you for the subscription and helping me run this stream in the ways we do. The cat appreciates the treats. I watch with a practiced eye as Sestamir begins his approach towards the target. The first shot flies true and thuds home. The second, though, was wayward. Much more wayward. A shrill cry, an ungodly scream, pierces the air. The second arrow has not just missed, but flown so far wide, it's hit a waiting competitor, Hartwig. A crowd rounds the stricken man. He's lying on his back, clutching his wound in a vain effort to stanch the blood. The arrow's still embedded half a hand deep in his flesh. That's pretty gross. This fellow is not a direct vassal of mine. He is competing, though. So I could ask for a physician to come. If I do that, I will spend money on helping the count. He will also like me more. And that's all. Or not my concern. If we do that, then the other people don't have a chance of winning. They're less likely to pull it off. But no, I'll call the physician. I'm a good guy. Very weird how we're zoomed in like that. We'll see, we'll see. Twang! Something fires again and again. Applause, twang! I then lean on my bow. Twang! Another arrow strikes home. Hartwig, the guy we healed, wanders off to pick up his bow. I need to find something to do as I wait. I can move the mark, making Hartwig have a less successful chance of hitting. I wander around and have a chit-chat, or bear it. Let's have a chit-chat and see what secret we learn. We learn that Count Adrian's a murderer. Wait, can I throw him in prison? No, unfortunately not. He's a French person. So, our kingdoms are at war, and you're a bad human. Here comes some blackmail. Back to the seconds. Yeah, I don't know how random people in the crowd know about murder, but they do. We miss. We miss. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. I actually don't understand what that little video means yet. It's almost impossible to call who's winning. I'm definitely a front runner, but we're all neck and neck. Only a few more arrows remain. One last knock. I think I saw, yeah, there's a French army heading up to here. Brutal. The trumpet sounds, a lot of things happened, and we lost. So I'm guessing it's the case that there are lots of characters here who are as good of hunters as we are, including the person who won. Obviously very, very, very good at hunting, especially compared to, you know, lousy old me. No archery ever. What's going on? All right, so fine. My champion didn't do well. No one in my court won. Maybe next time. We lost our money on our wager also. A bit of a heartbreak, that. Okay, for a moment there, we were qualifying for the recital, and we were shown as the most favored contestant thanks to our high diplomacy. Now, though, we've dropped off, and we gained stress. Huh. I wonder if losing the bet caused us to become overwhelmed with stress. We'll get to that in a second. First, though, the tourney grounds. As I prepare for the match, I spot a Countess of Hampshire offering me a handkerchief. Likewise, the Countess of Brisgau offers me a handkerchief as well. Whose favor do I want? Neither of them. I got a match to focus on. We're still not going to qualify. We've been far too busy recently. We're unpleasant with local merchants. We refuse to leave a tip. What to do? Well, We lock in. I am the Emperor. I'll fix my stress eventually. We only got 5 points in qualification for this. Yeah, tournament weird. Tournament weird. Okay, it's entirely possible that this group's going to get there before we finish the siege. It is all of my siege weapons and a small troop. We do have a fairly good commander there. Their commander, Captain William, mercenary commander, is better than anyone I can put there. So I'm going to lose all my siege weapons, but we'll assault the fort down first. Ha ha! Alright, we then run away as fast as we possibly can. Unfortunately, friends, we have an ad break in 30 seconds. It's been another hour of play. Can you believe it? So I'm going to go ahead and take our 3-minute break, then back to this war, back to the tournament, and back to being the Emperor forever. While we're gone, it's crossword time. Thanks for being here. Also, I just noticed something that some viewers have commented on before. When I'm trying to indicate things like, I'm leaving soon, I move my mouse in absolutely crazy directions, which apparently causes some people to feel motion sick. I apologize. I'm not in league with the Dramamine Corporation, I promise. Okay. We're decently through this crossword. Make some good progress this time, I do believe. So, TV sets with antennas. I know antennas are like called rabbit ears, but I really don't know what it would be. Bud Hammer, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. It's not just televisions. Yeah, surely not. Was I doing downs now? Yeah, so we haven't done any of the downs. We got stuck in that corner and then did some crosses. So assigning ceremonies subject. There's signing ceremonies for like committing oneself to a certain school to play sports. There's signing ceremonies for like selling houses. It's not exactly a ceremony, it's very formal anyway. I'm not sure. Oh, signing ceremony could also be like sign language signing. So it could be like the person who does interpretation while someone's giving a speech at graduation. Not sure. It's a plan then. So see you then comes to mind, but the word then wouldn't be repeated. Wednesday the 3rd. Wednesday the 3rd. So 3 Wednesdays in a month. I do not know what this is referring to. Wednesday the 3rd. What are other contextual uses of Wednesday beyond the day of the week? There's like Wednesday Addams. I don't know why it should be the 3rd though. Nothing else Wednesday comes to mind. Way to get in the zone. No idea. Portrayer of Tiffany Wells on Charlie's Angels. There's Farrah Fawcett, I think was on that show. I think Lucy Liu is on the more recent one, but past that I'm not sure. Power player. So power play in hockey, I think, is when you have an extra person on the ice. Like there's power ball for the lotto. Not sure yet. Pressing issues. So pressing could be a kind of duplication or screen printing possibly. So like ink buildup. Not sure though. Nickname for a Serbian tennis star. Yeah, we saw something earlier. I have no idea. Blank position. There are lots of positions. Subject of the photo, Gurillo Herrico, familiarly. Is that Che? That might be Che Guevara. I think it is, but I'm ready to say it's wrong if so. Showing care in a way. So listening, taking time with someone. Yeah, too vague right now. Fuselage decor. So fuselage is part of a plane, right? So military planes will occasionally have like the captain's name, occasionally a very stylized image, often of a person or of a mascot for the captain or for the team that runs the plane. It could also be like a corporate logo or name for a passenger plane. Something in that neighborhood, probably right, but I'm not sure what. View with wonderment, perhaps. Wait, I wrote have sack. I apologize for being, an idiot. This would be Goddessec instead. Good. So the reason I noticed that is view with wonderment is probably gawp at. Cool. Line that leads to a drawing. So a sketch would do this. Drawing. So drawing could also be like a lottery drawing or something like that. So maybe a line of people trying to buy this and that. Not sure. Apartment listing phrase. So how many rooms there are? What one score needs to be? Get in here now. It's cheap. Not sure. Bedecked. So tiered is that. Yeah, nothing quite yet. Los Angeles theater that's home to the Oscars. I thought it had a stereotypically Asian name, like some surname that would be seen among Chinese people, perhaps. But I might be wrong about that. Bothers. Also, TRS. Bothers. Tool might be wrong. I said before it seemed too obvious for this part of the week. So maybe get rid of that and we'll see in just a moment. Bothers. There's nags at sort of thing. Not sure. Cousin of a clarinet. Okay. So usually this is oboe. Tuba is the only word that comes to mind for cousin of a clarinet. That seems wrong. I really like out of order here, indicating that accessibility activists would say that we are being chaotic because of the lack of accessibility in our cultures. But I might be wrong, because I'm relatively sure this is oboe, and thus far I've gotten absolutely nothing else right across here. So I'm going to do the rest of the downs real quick, and we'll see if we get anything off out of order. If not, I'll change this to oboe. Blank without an object cannot live. Blank without an object cannot live. I don't know. Alternative to Tecate or Corona. So this is another Mexican beer. There's Dos Equis, I know. I do not know my... Oh, soul. Is there a soul beer? I think there's a soul beer. I'm not sure on that. A sound of an impact. Fem, foom, probably wrong. So we're going to change this over to oboe. And then sound of an impact. Wham is usually spelled with a W-H. Boom, bam, possibly. Okay. There we go. All the downs attempted. Basically none of them gotten. I'm feeling very good, though, about trying to build off of gawp at next ad break. So, pause that one. Return to our game. Bring you all back into the fold. It's so different on stream where we do a very easy crossword versus a more difficult one. Because I know with those easier crosswords, I can get them done in one ad break. But these ones, a little bit brain teasery. Gawp at. Yeah, to gawp. I swear it's a real word. I think it means equivalent to be with face agape. I split that. To gawp at. Yeah. I guess there's also like oogle at, but oogling at something is to like look at it desirously, not with amazement. It's different than gawk. Yeah, I think gawking is just looking longer than one should. There's nothing in particular about gawping being a wondrous look. I have no idea the etymology of gawk versus gawp. I assume they share a common root, but yeah, I'm not sure. Hey, big vibe and good seeing ya. Hope you're having a good day. All right. We continue the war against the French. It's great. Gape fits also. Yes, it does. We'll look at it when we get back through and see what happens. This group is not moving quite fast enough. Do I have a speedy mover? Like I said, I'm probably going to lose all of my... I do. Unfortunately, I didn't put them on fast enough, unfortunately. Gawp and gawk, apparently British versus American spellings. Interesting. I don't think we can get here in time, unfortunately, so I'm going to lose my siege weapons, but that's okay. We can always build new one. It'll keep the peasants at work. Sorry. Hey, they didn't get stack wiped. That's the advantage of them coming in with a very small army is, though they won the battle, it doesn't matter that much. Give me a speedy mover now on you. So I don't pull him off of this one. Oops. You can have any commander you want instead. And you get speedy mover. Now we chase them through the rest of the world. But first, it is time for a recital. Apparently, we got into the recital with our really, really good diplomacy. Let's tell a story. Again, I want to dump Sieging Army there, and then we'll go forward to grab that group. Wild cheers erupt from the gathered crowd as Eberhard finishes their recital with a flourish and a bow. The only person who isn't whistling and clapping is, as it happens, ya boy Resorti. How could he have known? Was this planned, or perhaps somehow by some machinations of Satan? It was simply coincidence that Eberhard's verse ends up almost identical to my own. The assembled spectators fall silently expectant. It's my turn. Whew, outrageous. So, time to improvise. We'll probably pull it off successfully, or it's all planned. Judge! We try to get him disqualified, but no. I will improvise. I pull it off. Good job. It only takes a line of verse for the murmurs start. Sesamir's up on stage quite brazenly reciting lines from a popular local ditty. You say, I ain't no holla back girl. I ain't no holla back girl. Disconnect grumbles when the crowd begins as he continues. Something doesn't quite add up, I muse. He wouldn't be familiar with that song, being as he's of Carantanian stock. A small memory jumps to the forefront of my mind, unbidden. The laborer who had constructed the dais had been whistling that very tune earlier. Back on stage, he meanders to a verbal halt as the crowd explodes with jeers, a few choice vegetables raining down upon him as he shields himself from the projectiles. I could say it's not his fault. Why on earth would I help him? Or we join in booing him. Or we stay out of the way. Obviously we join in booing him. Boo! Boo to you! I'm saying boo burns, not boo. Don't worry. Boo earns. Alright, this group is not quite out of food. They're getting closer and closer. And I suspect this army's going to march right in to try to stop the siege. We'll see. Romeo, oh Romeo. 1% victory, oh Romeo. I don't know why our progress to victory is so bad. It may just be that the people towards the top are so good. He's a 4 in diplomacy. He's not a poet. He has some points in wit, but wit goes to diplomacy. By comparison, my ruler is a 31 in diplomacy. So I don't get this. Yeah, that's with the attempt to increase progress to victory all ability. 1%. One more verse. Trumpets, etc., 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 etc. We didn't even place. Nor did my champion. Brutal. Why do I come to tournaments? Tournaments of lies. But we continue our way down architect tree. Good to good. And we also should be doing some building, shouldn't we? With the money we have right now. Which is, again, continuing to go up. While we're at war. Pretty cool stuff, that. I may not qualify for the Rassilin. We have 5 items. Why do we have 5 items suddenly? One we got via sieging. Children would like this one, so I'll give that to our lovely grandchild. Hello, cutie. To you, a rolling hoop. Fun. The other items we got recently are Yeah, various trinkets from the pretty ladies, whatever. Oh, they increased fertility though. Huh. Hello, son. How's it doing? This smells like some perfume. Don't ask whose, but I'd like you to have this. When I got these trinkets, I thought of you. Enjoy your fertility, my man. And then, do I have a second one of those? If I do, I think I preemptively give it to our grandchild, which, while absolutely creepy, yeah, we do have another one. All right, hello, grandchild. Where are you? Where are you? Don't you know what this thing's for? Grandpa's just thinking of you, for sure, for sure. Cool. And the other items not important. Our High Almoner and Cupbearer has died. Let's change out someone else who's given the money. Some random artificers, fine. And we need a Cupbearer who we trust, of course. Our High Almoner and Cartographer, good at that. Wonderful. I see you have another adult son. I need to make sure he's not getting any titles. He's not. Good, good, good. But is he doing anything for us? He's giving us an alliance with Poland. Cool, cool, cool. All the kids are married off, correct? Yeah, all very good stuff there. All of our siblings married off also. They're actually not. A 50-year-old, 52-year-old sister who's married to 2 men so far. Huh. Huh. I wonder if there's anyone else out there we could help her marry off to. If she wants to live out her 50s being single, who are we to question that kind of thing? We've discovered chronicle writing. Hooray! One more innovation to go. So we can now use the de jure duchy casus belli. There are no duchies that I have claim on right now. Maybe we'll get it eventually. And then armillary spheres are done also. So our navy goes faster. Which is actually to say, we have managed to finish early medieval. So we're now going to go for the one special cultural innovation of our people. Which allows us to move culture more quickly. Not terribly important for us. More important, though, is more development comes in more quickly. And speaking of which, I believe my steward, is locked in on just making more and more and more development in our capital. Speaking of which, how's it looking? So the development here is 27. How does that compare to the whole rest of our world? Like I said, we are a little bit behind from where the rest of Europe starts. Look at that. A beautiful, shining bit of yellowness among a sea of sad redness. When we started, we were as red as all the rest around, so really improving there. Paris is trying to improve also. They're not quite as far as we are. Down this way, Rome, of course, is doing very well, as is Constantinople, as is parts of Spain, and then out here, in parts I've never played in, quite good. I keep saying one of these days we will do a playthrough in India. I really hope they eventually release a content patch that focuses on India to give us a good reason to go interact out there. But I don't know if they've ever done a content pack that covers India in particular. Like lots of fun events and so on. Not sure. Okay. I think in a moment here, once we hold all this territory, I'm just going to go march on the capital and see if we can capture the King of France. It's always a real good time. Pierre of France is called Pierre the Old. He's only 64. Only 64. Another good victory. I'm guessing we're capped on war score now. They're not war score. Battle score. We are. We are. All right. Let's go ahead and have this group fill up their food again. They're going to break at least 3 times to have all they need. Now, having weakened France's army, I was curious to see if anyone else is trying to grab their territory, but no, it's just us right now. We're the only greedy guzzes. But wrestling begins. Got that old man strength coming in hot. We stand nude. My first bout is against my vassal, the Duke Everard. Duke Everard, we could probably order not to fight us, but we'll play this one honest. 50% chance of victory. We'll see. I am ready. Everett and I are on the ground, straining against each other. An arm pulls me down. He's on top of me. The dusty ground shifts beneath our tensing bodies. My opponent face brushing along it as it attempts to pin me to the ground. My free hand, grasping for leverage, closes on some dirt, leaving me with a fistful of grime. Lowercase h, his face is close to my hand. So close. Pocket sand. Maybe. Hello, Rat Resonator. What does India have that other places don't? You're new to the game. So they have different kind of units out there. You can indeed ride elephants into battle. They have different cultures and religions that encourage different kinds of play. I think they have more or less the same structure of authority. So vassals are the same out there they are in the rest of the world. But that's why I'm hoping for a content pack, so it's even more different. They wear different clothes in the game. They have different looks and so on. But yeah, there's not that much difference quite yet. I'd love there to be more beyond that. More war elephants indeed. The Indo-Norse war elephants. It's true. Our last big playthrough, we moved our Norse population into India. It was pretty silly. All right, so we could say, I refuse to take part in throwing dirt. If we do this, though, we burn some stress and do well. Or I want to be a good guy. I need to lower stress because we're above stress level 1. So I'm going to throw pocket sand. Hyah! The crowd bays for blood as I stagger forward to confront my opponent yet again. I always love wearing our goofy little hats here. I'm sure we're never going to dirty that thing. Maybe it's a replica. I cut away a red rivulet from my forehead and consider the fight so far, musing about when I resorted some dirty tricks in order to succeed. The bout is close, so close. A mistake by either of us would end in an instant. We can punch him in the liver. We can lock up as the warriors. We can feint low and go high, or keep it simple, keep it safe. So last time we were doing wrestling, some viewer I don't recall said I need to look carefully at this one because it says that by doing it at all, your score decreases. That's actually not correct. It is the case that you have a high roll chance of being able to succeed, and then you also could fail. I'm glad to see that because I was worried that by selecting this one every time, I would end up damaging my chance of success. But 72% of small increase, 57% of big increase, 74 of big increase. Let's go for that one. We lose. 74% chance of big success. We threw sand in his eye. It does not matter. We are a 4 in foot abilities. He's a 5 in prowess compared to our 30-something. I don't know how tournament works other than we made a fool of again. I need to hold a tournament in our castle so I can disqualify anyone who wins against me, because it's too confusing otherwise. Curses! Curses, I say. Well, at least we're having a good time, and that's what counts. I'm deciding to refill our food here, so we'll begin splitting a bit. The wrestling contest quarterfinals are over. I have won nothing. We had a good time anyway. Rat Resonator, thanks for the follow a moment ago. Appreciate you hanging out with us. If you have any questions, let us know. Nicholas, this absolute strong man with his amazing shoulders, holy cow, has gotten through doing those shoulder presses. Yaros has made it through also. Yaros looking a little smaller, wiry we'll call it, probably spry and dexterous. And the final battle between the two mentioned, the winner is... Question is, does big strength, big constitution defeat overwhelming ability to dodge? Locked together, mano a mano. There's Teddy Roosevelt trying his best. The winner is the little one. Good job to you all. Your emperor is impressed. In just a moment, we'll have the next round of a tournament. It will be a duel. We will qualify currently. We will not qualify now. So, yeah, it seems that every single time we go for dueling, our qualification level only gets to 15 or so. Now, that said, I haven't done that many tournaments in a character's life. And so our hostile looter skills never get especially high. So I wonder if we would be guaranteed to qualify were it higher here. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, let's go ahead and do the tourney grounds and see what we learn. Be a man. A new Elizabeth? My friends, you will recall the most important character in the entire playthrough was a woman named Elizabeth. She's a secret lady knight. And the secret lady knight stayed with us for 50 years, in which time she became our grand champion, in which time she became a baroness, and we kept her secret all the way through. This one, named Alienora, or Ilenora, I want to emphasize the alien part, is interested in becoming our knight if I keep her secret. If I say I keep your secret, we get a little stressed. If I invite her to join us, we get even more stressed. Because we're trusting and ambitious. So I guess my character wants to disqualify her, which I understand. I don't understand why trusting is against this. Like, trusting feels like I should be encouraging her. But obviously, stress is be ignored. Welcome aboard, Alienora! Welcome, welcome, welcome. I must continue. Oh gosh, what do I do? So, my army's just standing here for no good reason. Let's try to meet here. Lickety-split. This is the problem of our attention torn between the tournament and the war. Slightly late, unfortunately. We're at 94% war score, so one more successful siege will do it. But gotta work on making sure not to have my armies seized like that. I just thought what we're going to do with our new woman knight. It's going to be a good time anyway. Another good victory. We captured people too. Are you siege weapons? No. Did we complete the Grand Tour? Brunier, somehow we actually did complete the Grand Tour. Now, the further question is, did we get the achievement for the Grand Tour? Absolutely not. We wasted so much time for nothing. Alright, we are dueling against Count Sestimir of Württemberg. I am prepared. Cuffing dirt away from my eyes, I steady myself as the hoots and hollers began. Sistimir's a little way away, the pair of us having disengaged briefly to catch our breath. The baying of the spectators quietens a bit as we begin to circle each other slowly. One wrong move could end this fight in an instant. His eyes narrow like a kitty cat. As we circle, I notice a small puff of dust being thrown up under his foot every time he takes a step. Is he limping? Okay, we could say, ha-ha, and I guess step on his foot. Or he's bluffing. I'll fight my own fight. I step on his foot. A screeching chorus of metal on metal rings out as two blades scrape down along each other's lengths, sparks glittering as they fall to the ground. I look for vantage, thinking back to when I succeeded and stepping on his foot. I'm losing the fight, and by a distance. I need to do something soon. We advance upon each other once more. We're both battered, tired. There can be only one. Remember his training. Make fun of him. A bluff, or let us fight. I'll remember my training. Somehow we won. I don't understand tournaments. So we just went from 3% chance of victory to 100%. Seemed like a major swing. Who understands randomness? Nonetheless, big victory. Thank you for yielding. Go, Emperor, go. The dual quarterfinals are over. Next up, we're against Yaros. Yaros has 0 points in any skill, and he's a 13 in prowess. Surely we'll win. I can do this. and so can you. A light wind stirs the air around as he approaches me. Sword ready. I look for an advantage. A shout from the crowd. Some fool fell off his stool. Causes Yaros to pause. He refocuses on me, twitchily. It said some need to be free of distractions to fight. Maybe he's such a man. He's shy, diligent, and just. If I try to talk to him, perhaps I'll get confused. So, talking to the strength of mine, we have a 99% chance of distracting him. Cool. Cool. I need to come back to that in a moment. So, as I said, I want to split this. The army appears to be unsplittable. Maybe I can't split it while there's an event up. So, back to the tournament, we'll figure it out. We're fighting back and forth. We're both battered and tired. Focus on making fun of him. 77% chance we fail. We've been defeated. Down goes Frazier. We yield the end. Maybe next time. So we came in, I believe, 4th place there. Gerlik and Yaros have reached the final. I'm considering going off of Triumph because it doesn't seem to be helping us at all. Let's try to recruit some knights instead. Maybe we're unworthy of trying to Triumph. It's still not allowed to split in half. Chink, 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 chink. Sparks and swords everywhere. Gerlik has won. Even though he has no points in Hostile Looter, he is a Blade Master, kind of. I don't know. We don't attempt to understand tournaments. No. Still not allowed to split the army. I want to split it for the reason of being able to... have food refilled. So we can do it manually instead. Which, sure. The tournament is over. I did nothing. What a good time. What a good time. Back home again. For being here at all... Nothing. Absolutely nothing for being here at all. Do we get any points in our various hostile traits? We did. Alright, so we got fully level 1. Bonus to 1 prowess. Cool. So we leveled up a little bit, so I'm glad we went. Alright. Now, also, I know earlier I had some of my troops driven off the field. So we're going to see if we can re-raise. Yes. Mangonel refilling. We do want to re-raise those. While walking home, we find some peasant slop. I'm going to avoid that for right now to avoid illness. We got to get home and fix our stress for sure. Re-raise here. I need to siege down just one more thing. We'll win the war. We're not going to be taking war score because we don't hold all the territory, unfortunately. But soon. I think that should do it. Oops. Alright. Siege weapons are coming presently. When we get home, we need to throw a hunt almost immediately to get rid of our stress. Here is some sermonizing. Here's my granddaughter. I don't know much about her, but she's certain she's destined for greatness. Ambitiousness on siblings of the ruler is not great. So she will be ambitious while also being the sister of not the next emperor, but the one after. But I can't deal with stress right now. So sure, enjoy your ambition. Your ambition should be to become the mother superior of some rank. In 10 years' time... Oh, now she's ambitious, we can't do that. Ambitious people do not want to join holy orders. What a sad story, that. All of our food buckets are refilling now. While traveling home, we meet a fortune teller. Asking for a fortune will lower stress. It did not work. We got bad omens on the travel. But we are finally home again. And we got some points in going on a wander. So, those are our first points on going on a wander. I said it earlier, I think maybe you only get wandering points for leaving your empire. We did go to Cleves. And I think Cleves is somewhere inside of France. I think we passed barely into France, then back out again. Hunt in a moment once we have some more cash. Hey, Cliche, thanks for the follow. Your username is delightful. Welcome, welcome. We don't need terribly much in the way of food for marching there, so I think I'm going to move these two groups in, though neither one has any knights in them. Where are the knights? Are they back in this pack? There they are. All waiting there. And they have enough food to get marching. Cool. You have mangonels? Mangonels still have not shown up. They'll show up in 60 days' time. Cleves in Western Germany next to my troops. Thank you. Thank you for the excellent assistance there. Appreciate you knowing these things. Do I have a commander in this group? I do. I do. He's better in mountains. This is definitely a plain. It's time for a quick change on that. Highest plains knight's actually kind of low. So we're just going with the very best of our commanders. Wow! Changing over, the game is suddenly unsure whether we'll win that. I'm pretty sure we'll still win that, so when we go. If we're not winning it, we'll immediately throw this army in as well. The siege weapons have appeared. Great. And so next up is sieging our way into Paris. Yeah, they're winning, no worries. The last bit of Flanders we don't hold. I think if we take any of these counties, we'll be just fine to get the end of the war. I sure would like to take Paris. We'll see, we'll see. Another daughter-in-law, this one of a non-inheriting son, has produced a lovely little girl. She's above average in intelligence, you nerd. Welcome, Bretislava. I feel a little bad for how we've beaten up on Pearled France here. Yeah, the king is in debt and is just losing anyway. Hey! 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 Because the county we're truly working to get a claim on apparently is Orthodox, my bishop says, you know what? We need a Catholic ruler instead. So, we've got ourselves a second ducal level claim. It's still not a fancy kingdom. Oh, with that said, though, I just remembered, my friends. We have a kingdom level holy war. This king took the throne in the middle of his father's holy war for Pomerania. Hello. I don't think we can holy war against people that are astray. I think it's only hostile. Is that true? Yeah. So, unfortunate. We're in an earlier period in history. We'd be able to nibble at the pagans, but at this point, it's not going to happen, unfortunately. Nano-built or Nano-blitz, thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. Yeah, so our Kingdom of the Holy War is not super useful. We don't really touch much anything that's sinful in that way. We're being invited to a hunt in Spoleto. That's pretty far away. I'm actually going to throw a hunt myself, because our wife just found 300 money in the couch cushions. So, time for a lovely hunt for our ruler, which will help with the stress situation. Our ruler is totally maxed out in hunting of the first kind, Venator, so we want to go falconry all the way. If only we'd sighted a legendary beast. I've yet to find one of these, and I'm still not entirely sure how you do so. I think it was something about your skill of the master of the hunt, had a chance of finding one, but so far, no luck. Let's do some falconry. Best falconry is going to be geese down here. Pretty far away. But yeah, I think going goose hunting might be a good deal of fun. Let's do it. No danger on the way. Yeah, the only danger is going through our local forest here. So silly. But forest guides are super cheap. We don't need the mercenaries. I'm going for recreation. Yes, seriously, seriously. We have so much prestige. We're already mapped or maxed out on prestige all the way. There may be some prestige-based decisions to use, but I can't think of any else we want to use prestige for right now. So increasing this to more prestige is not useful. Search parties, I want to increase the chance of success. We actually lower this down to just our best friends and save 20 money. We'll do the middle size then. Alright, off they go. Us and our 73 best friends. Good luck. Hello. Countess Esclarmonde, a French count who's infirm, stuck in bed, has learned how to speak our language. Thank you. We appreciate that. That's a lovely message from someone who will certainly be our vassal before too terribly long. Alright, the mangonels are ready. We are starving for no good reason. Yeah, definitely the bigger the empire you have, the more difficult it is to focus on all the things that need to get done. I know I ask you regularly of how well in a game like this do you stay focused on what you're trying to do, and how often do you get pulled in many directions. I, as a player, always get pulled in all the directions, but gradually we stumble our way into the future. We've traversed the woodlands, finding a unknown saint, Saint Hartwig. We cast on the heterodoxy, the peasants are not happy. We say Saint Hartwig, we spend a little bit of money and people are happy. We do this, the clergy are unhappy with us, but that's fine. They love me so, so, so much. The womb of the earth. Mistress Kunuzia knows all about gardening. Now, I believe we're already a gardener. We are. We are indeed. So. Color me intrigued about your garden. We get down to earth, bonus of health, and we stay a while and listen. And she immediately dies. I understand why they killed people after events. There's not too many characters. I wish they would live for just a moment longer, so I'd be able to like at least close the screen before they're dead. A friend died, so we are within striking distance of stress level 2. So, because we're on the road, we're not allowed to push any of the emergency stress removers. Indulging in drink or visiting the market. So, hopefully the hunt works. hopefully. Love it. Hey, we have some prisoners. How'd that happen? I had no idea. Oh, probably captured during various sieges. Yeah, good stuff. Armies arrive, we'll drive them out. When this siege is done, the war should be done, and that will be a really, really fine thing. We'll finish this battle and then incorporate something more. Took way longer than it should have, but that's fine. Cool. Is anyone going to war score? They're not, so if we free them for ransom money, that'll be just fine. We could take a claim against this guy, the Duke of Flanders. The war we're fighting for is for our claim on Flanders, so he will lose the title. This is not an integration war. So I'm going to leave him in prison, I do believe, so I can ask him to give up his claims. Oh, sorry, I apologize about that. It actually is a vassalization war. That's annoying. That's annoying. He's a witch. I guess for him to be excommunicated. As right now, I have no grounds for revoking his title, correct? Oh, you know what? No, we did take the ducal title. We did not take his county level titles. That's what it is. So I'm the duke over him. Now, if I ask for excommunication, it will surely be granted. With excommunication, am I allowed to take his titles? I'm actually not sure. Let's find out. So, this fine fellow has many misdeeds. Shameful, shameful, shameful. He has been excommunicated. Thanks, Pope Guy. And so now that he's excommunicated, I have a reason for imprisonment. And I may legally take his titles also. It's not tyrannical. This is the capital title. I think we have to do each and every one solo. And I think for being excommunicated, we can maybe only take one. Let us see what happens. Pause, right? Yep. He's now my rival. He hates me a lot. And to take a second title would be absolutely tyrannical. Which is always so strange, isn't it? Absolutely strange that the excommunicated person gets to keep all of their other titles. But the capital is now ours. And so we're going to go ahead and give that to someone in our family, ideally. Let's find a fellow here. Oh, this is my non-inheriting son. Yeah, sure. You, my friend, get to be a duke. Good luck keeping that person in line. Awesome. They immediately take their clothes off. Is this really how you people celebrate? What is going on? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. All right. Because the other Duke, the prior Duke of Flanders has quite a bit of money and quite a few troops, I need to strengthen my son as much as possible, as quick as possible. He will get access to all these troops pretty soon. Pretty quick, rather. There's no way I can help my son directly. But I will go ahead and ransom this guy out and then give the money he gives me over to our boy instead. Yeah, this guy is not a fan of the Emperor. Luckily, as of right now, I believe that our spy master's pretty good and also decent and focused on stopping schemes. We have bodyguards, we have a champion. Oh, that's sad. No, we don't. That's sad. Where is our new... Wait, no, really. Where's my new knight? Is she not a knight? It's possible that she is not high enough in personal combat to be a knight. We took a tremendous amount of stress in order to get ourselves a new lady knight. And I don't see her. So, did she die almost immediately? Did she decide not to come home with us? How do we find this? She's a giant. She's an actually giant. So I want to look in my court first. Are there any giants here? How about in our whole realm? There she is. No, her name had alien in it. It wasn't automotive. Alien something. EA maybe? Can I alphabetize these characters? I don't think so. There aren't that many though in my realm. Alienora, thank you. She's on the screen. Alienora is. We'll see. Thank you for knowing Alienora. That's absolutely right. Hello. She is in my court. Huh, interesting. Interesting. So she came home, but she's no longer a knight. So I know that in our culture, women are not permitted to be knights. So maybe someone else figured out her secret, and now she's known to be a woman. Because the last woman knight we had, Elizabeth, was a knight all the way through. That kind of bums me out, to be honest. Like, I took a lot of stress to have you in armor, my friend. So maybe we need to change our culture to get them able to be knights again. I haven't modified our culture at all yet. And honestly, I haven't really thought about it. Life's a joke. Gregarious, content, cynical, and fickle give a creased opinion. Characters of the culture lose stress on being declared with war. She's at someone else's court? Oh, is she? Is she, actually? Thanks for noticing that, if so. Character... you. Oh, good call. Yeah, she is at Duke Eberhard's court. Please come home. We'll check again in a second. When she's home, maybe we can figure it out. But I'm not sure on that. Hello, Vera. How you doing? Is the non-inheriting son married? Great question, that. He is. He is, yeah. We're here to hunt. We're here to recreate. Good luck. Now, as I said a bit ago, I need to strengthen Buddy here. So I wish to give you some money. Good luck. You have no items. Do I have anything you can use at all? You're only a duke, so here's an axe. Good luck. Do you have anything else I can help you with? We got a piece of armor earlier, the burnished mail. It's not going to help with money, but it'll make his knight stronger. Cool. We also have here... oh, my fancy prowess dagger. I already said my axe, though, so that'll be fine. Here's a stork feather. That will help, too. Good luck, boy. Please hold on to the duchy. Hey, Vera. How was my meeting yesterday? Pretty bad. Thanks for asking. pretty bad. Yeah, if you want to watch the intro, I'll talk that again, but yeah, it was not good. Not good at all. Alright. Fingers crossed for the hunt to work out for us. 4 guests on the way. Lots of dukes coming. So many dukes. Dukes are all at the top of the list. Would you say we put our dukes up? We have a claim on this entire duchy here. I intend to go that way soon. I don't really want to fight Poland. I'd far prefer to find a way to incorporate them fully. So does anyone have a claim? So few claimants right now. Wow. Oh, wow. Various princes. Because they're children of the liege, they will never come, unfortunately. And that one's too far away. She's over in Fuki. Last one, the Queen Mother of Denmark. She's busy too, so no. Limited claimants, unfortunately. So eventually we'll have claims there, but... how about Croatia? How you doing, boss? Plotting against all of our allies. I'm a terrible human being. Little Prince. This fellow here is not anybody special. He's real close to coming. Hey, boss, want some money? Will money actually do it? I don't remember where opinion caps out on this. What would definitely do it is increasing the level of our lodging. So we're only at 3 or so. But yeah, I'm going to pin this character. They will be king of Croatia very soon. Now, do we have an alliance with Croatia currently? We do not. Good. I'm coming for you, buddy. I'm coming for you. That'll be the next war after the hunt is completed. I think. All right. Hello, friend. Would you like some money now? He likes as much as he possibly could. Gained 202 friendship points. Love it. He is still unwilling to come to court. So for the future, we know that plus 25 opinions as far as that goes. So from 57 points to 100 points, nothing changed at all, unfortunately. We could give him a title to bring him in, but I don't want to deal with that right now. So what it is then is, yep, time to raise the lodging standards by, I think just 1 will do it. Though I'm not certain on that, so I'm going to go all the way. Which costs 5 money a month more, but will still be more than plus 50, which is awesome. Alright. Would you like to sleep in a real bed for the first time in your entire life? Heck yes, he would. But first, here's Duke Conrad assembling our party. We're looking for swans, maybe. We know that there are a large number of geese here, so say let's get out there. We're going for swans, the quail to nab, or I'd like to my falcon take a hare. Strange. It's very strange to see that there's no option to go for the goose, given that this area is apparently full of geese. So, they're all middling or mediocre prestige. I'll just do the swan. Alright, welcome. Hang out for a while, I will push your claim, I promise. We find some wildflowers. So, previously I've given the wildflowers to our doctor. This time I could say I've been looking for these. We get ourselves a pressed foxglove, which gives more fertility. We lose a little bit of stress. Now, unfortunately, to make the hunt work, I have to go up through level 2 stress. That is awkward. So at the end of this, I think this will work out. At the end of this hunt, we're going to lose a tremendous amount of stress because we're a hunter. Win, lose, or draw, it's going to go really well. Going into stress level 2 will cause us to have a health problem. As of right now, we're in really good shape. We don't have the bonus to health from our physician having herbs. Stress level 2, here we go. I'm hoping I get a lucky outcome on stress break. If we don't, we're just going to grit our teeth through it. Alright, no luck on a lucky roll, so I need no one to love me, just obey. We're now at, 249 out of 300 stress, heading towards Heart Attackville. We're feeling fine. Don't you worry, fine. Alright, my falcon went away. It's screeching, covered in blood. There's no sign of a beast nearby. My falcon got into a fight with something too big for itself, and it must be nearby. Let's look for the other beast. Stress is lost, hunter is gained. Let's see what we find. Huge progress. Also, a request for a ransom. I didn't realize there were still people in the prison. We'll do that. My friend, the Count Hurta, encouraged us to go chase after the swans. Good luck, birdie. Who else is in the prison right now? 4 more folks. Hello to you, Fene. No claims on you. Take a hook, fine. Hello, Carlman. Oh, you're married. And you have no money. Does the Emperor of France not want you back? Or sorry, King. In that case, how would you feel about joining my party instead? He also has a claim on Swabia. We already own Swabia, not needed. Cute little Christoph here, owned by the former Duke of Flanders. He's worth money, great. I think that's basically everything. Only Ralph. In some other world, he could have been King Ralph, but instead he just gets to leave us. See ya. The forest is the mantle of the poor, but we of course believe in enclosure. What was ours now is mine. So, how do we deal with these peasants taking my royal roots and mushrooms? I could drive them out. If we do this, this random county down to the south won't like me much. I give them some cash money. No. Or these are their rights. Out you go. Out you go. It's my forest. I'm hunting here. I watch excitedly as my falcon identifies a target and takes wing from a watch. Unfortunately, it misses over and over and over again. What a shame. Maybe next time. The hunt fails, so we gain even more stress. But it's over now. We just burned off some more stress. 96. Is that all? Oh boy. So we're still in stress level 1. Cool. We're after another hunt in just a moment. We're at 150 out of 300 stress. Good. good. However, we gained some more hunter experience. A little bit along to falconry 2. Very, very soon. Very soon. Okay, my friends. Another hour has passed. Can you believe it? So time for a little bit more crossword fun. We'll do that, and then when we come back, we're going to be fighting for Croatia, apparently. Seeing our Holy Roman Empire getting Holy Roman larger. Also, Salerno is still independent. Look here, you. We'll see in just a few minutes. For now, though, I'm going to throw you all into emote-only mode. Thank you for hanging out with me. Hope you're having a great day, whether you're playing games, whether you're just watching the stream. I know some of you are sleeping already. Nighty-night. Hope you're dreaming of pleasant things. Either way, we're making some good progress still on the old crossword. Let's hopefully keep that going. So, right. I said this area down here with Gawpat, or possibly Gawkat, we should be able to make some good progress on. So, Emmy-winning writer and actress blank Nicole Black. Maybe Andrea? I'm sure there are other A names, but none come to mind. Second to last letter, before the ampersand in an old version of the alphabet. They may be pricked or cocked. So guns can be cocked. This is either a P or a K, I believe. Can you prick your ear? Like attention is pricked. Cocked. So if it's gaze at instead. Gaze doesn't feel quite right for wonderment, but cock an ear, prick an ear. I'm not sure on that. We'll see. Textures ta-ta. Talk to you later. Fuselage decor rather. Is it nose art, I believe? Okay. Showing care in a way. Not sure. Old letter before Z. I have no idea. So it's not going to be Andrea Nicole Black, but I don't know the name at all. Author of Pulitzer-winning prize, a post-colonial love poem. Gosh, it's a long name. Yeah, I'm not sure. The other thing we added recently is oboe here. So rattled, upset. Shook, possibly? Alright, accessibility slogan. Would that be there? Unsure. Let's just down. Los Angeles theater that's home to the Oscars. Yeah, we may have to move over to y'all helping me pretty soon, because I'm just not quite sure. Something to play in. I mean, they're like play pens, I suppose, for children. But I feel like I may just be entering things kind of randomly right now, because I'm not entirely sure on most of these. What else have we recently added anything? I don't know how I feel about git to mean skedaddle. There could be jet also. Let's try that instead. Nickname for a Serbian tennis star with penchant for impressions. That's like jester. Japer. Joker. I'll put the ER in, we'll see what happens there. Okay, temporarily. Backbending Asana. So there's like the bridge position. The wheel asana also. These various yoga poses I know are back bends of various sorts. But unfortunately I don't know the Sanskrit names for them at all. Alright team. I'm going to go ahead and let you on in this one. So I'm going to take you out of mode only mode now. Please do not Google answers. But if you have some ideas on some things, go ahead and share them now. And we'll see if we can make a little bit of progress and then get back to the game. So 38 across is DOS. Awesome. Oh, it's DOS instead of LOS. Cool. The Joker did work. Nice. Los Angeles Theater's home to the Oscars, no idea still. Cobra pose. I like that. I like it a lot. Thank you. Big smarties. Oh, is it the Dolby Theater? Okay. What's like the Asian sounding name of the theater out there? Isn't that where the like the Hollywood Walk of Fame is? It's like that? Dolby. Alright, so something to play in is maybe Obo's actually wrong. The Chinese theater. I knew it was something Asian-y. It's 40 across Z. Oh, you know what? So I thought it was some letter I didn't know. But yeah. So Z was the second to last letter back when ampersand was part of the was part of the alphabet. Yeah, okay. You play in key. That's very, very good. I like that a lot. All right. 43 down, maybe hope. 43 down, maybe hope. Blank with an object can't live. I think that's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Can I get these now? Temporarily able-bodied, apparently, is the phrase used by the accessibility activist Ed Roberts. Cool. Oh, yeah, I've heard of this. So the claim is for people with disability activists or disability rights is that everyone, or almost everyone, will eventually become disabled, will eventually not be able to have full mobility as they get older. So instead of saying that certain people are disabled, his thought was we should look at people with ordinary functioning as being temporarily able-bodied. That's very, very good. That's very, very good. Al Pacino's role in Irishman, I don't think he played Jimmy Hoffa. Bothers. We'll see. The Dolby used to be the Kodak Theater. Thank you, Zerlius. Appreciate that. Hello to you. I'm a mechanical man. I spur back to CK3 in a moment. Chianti, thanks for the follow also. 23 across might be Tyson's. 23 across Tyson's. Tyson's Corner. Yeah, thank you. It's one of those things that I just don't live in the right place there. TV sets with antenna. I have no idea. You think he was Hoffa? Okay. It's possible I just confused with... Oh yeah, De Niro was the other character. All right. Oh, Teletubbies. That's silly. So, yeah, all the Teletubbies have these, like, tummy TVs and then the little antennas. Can I name all four of the Teletubbies? There's Ditsy, Mitzi, Lala, and Poe. Is that right? I've only seen that show once. I like the happy, friendly little son. Bothers is actually to-dos, like a chore you have to deal with. Line that leads to a drawing. Go fish. Then you have to draw a card. Love it. Part listing phrase, probably no fee. Trans perhaps. Ooh, I don't know that at all. A wrench is a tool. I was right about that. Bedecked is clad. GNC. Oh, gender non-conforming. Right. Very, very good. Very, very good. That's enough progress right now. Thank you for giving me a little bit of encouragement, a little bit of push in the right direction. Nice. New York are so hard. My friends. We continue with this. Let's check out Croatia real quick. Yeah, they're tiny baby. I wish there were any way to tell this ruler, either you peacefully join me, or we will go ahead and put someone else on the throne. That's the kind of interaction that's just not possible, unfortunately. Even though he loves me. I understand the I am a king thing, and he wants to be independent, but given our overwhelming strength, it feels a little bit strange that he wouldn't accept it. Now, the big vassals, parochial vassals, do not enjoy non-trivial wars. So this is a non-trivial war. The big vassals would be a little unhappy. Also, we're Christians, and so they don't like offensive wars at all. But I'm trying to unite all of Christendom under the flag of Rome. Who wouldn't want that? I'm terribly sorry. I'm terribly, terribly sorry. We were friends long ago. And now you know. Hey, we're still friends. So, even though I declared a war against us, don't worry, still buddies, no worries, no worries. We need to spawn out some duchies pretty soon. I see a lot of counties under me. It's fine. I just want to try to fix the vassal tree as much as possible to get better taxes. Alright. Again, starting a war in the winter. I always do this. I never remember what season it is. Again, because we're in pretty good shape. Militarily, we'll be just fine. Maybe I can leave him on the throne after I win the war. Unfortunately, not Demire. I'm pushing a claim for one of my courtiers, one of his family members. And so my promise is I'm going to put this other guy on the throne. So that's how it goes. Danger, a flawed fare. So heading back home from our earlier hunt, Arnid, my caravan master, has not done a good job keeping the food prepared. So we can eat some mold, maybe get sick, we can go wandering in the forest and maybe find something to eat, or demand food of the peasants. So 5% chance of death. We're still in really good health. And again, we haven't done anything in the health tree at all, which is again craziness. Let's trust nature. Hey, we succeeded. We found some food that isn't a problem. Good. When we get back home, we're immediately going to do a hunt in our neighborhood just to burn stress. It's not going to be successful, but we don't really care. My caravan leader, Arnid, has been fiddling with flowers. He remembers a woman named Oda, and he wants to go spend time with her. Welcome to our court, Oda. Sure, why not? Hello, Cajun. Do you have a bedtime story about the 12th century Teletubbies? Suddenly there were Teletubbies in the 12th century. Must have been time traveling. That's pretty spooky. The end. Sleep well. Oh, sorry. They must be time travelers, or to the locals, they're probably witches. Tinky Winky cried out in terror as he was burned at the stake. Hope you have some good dreams. While wandering through the pastures, we realized they're doing better than we are. I could take the knowledge home. 90% chance of succeeding. We're definitely doing that. Do feasts instead of hunts. Feasting near cap out traveling increases development. Yes, that is absolutely true. Isn't it the case, though, that with Hunter, even in your capital, you lose quite a bit of stress? I'm just trying to finish the Falconer line as well. That's why I've been doing hunts over and over and over again. Eager Reveler, we're nowhere close to finishing, so I don't know. It's fetishism of finishing the tree. We meet an architect in passing. We already have an architect, so thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. We will meet the enemy in a mountain. That's an absolutely terrible thing to do. That said, this leader is for mountains. That's good. Oh gosh, our friends are all dying. Dude, you're 34 years old. That's incredibly young to die. So once again, we're at 192 stress. And we have 3 more friends, one of whom is 61, one of whom is 64, and one of whom is 28. No more deaths allowed, please and thank you. At this point, all the vassals like us enough that we can ignore who's in the council. This nice lady, our court jester, is a little bit evil, but she will certainly do well at keeping the vassals in line. Hey, we're back home again. Did some wandering. Immediately, we're going to launch a nearby. We can do the big tournament. There's an achievement for winning every round of a tournament of at least 3 stages. If we do it at home, we can then disqualify everyone else. Let's throw the hunt. Oh, you can't throw a hunt for 15 months. Never mind. Let's throw a feast then. And it's more expensive than I can afford. Let's see how expensive it would be. So, we put our castle. It's a little extra cheap. Who should be the honorary guest? It can't be me, unfortunately. Alright, so everyone likes us just fine. Will my son be there? I think my son is in his 20s or so at this point. I was looking for player heir. There's a son. That's not the inheriting one. Oh gosh, my son's fairly old. No, it's unlikely. I think he's not coming. We can invite him though, can't we? I think you're allowed to add people in once you actually start the feast. So I don't think I'm allowed to add people in at this selection moment. Chance of accepting. Who will join me? Who will join me? Is there? Maybe we just don't want to have a fancy guest. I'm the fancy guest. And then we could go for big fancy food. It's too expensive. That's more prestige. We don't need prestige. And what kind of courses do we have? The more you have, the more your vassals like you. But no. We'll just do a normal and good feast. We spotted some veal cutlets already. Delightful food. Wonderful. I think I can invite my son now. Invite to activity. He might come, we'll see. Oh, you can also use that to invite people to befriend if you want to, but... Does the Pope want to come? The Pope does not believe he'd make it before they start. He's unwilling to come. And maybe next time we should hold a feast down here and invite the Pope to come hang out with us and try to become best friends with the Pope. I was at the market with Elizabeth, one of our granddaughters. She saw a criminal chained in a pillory. She could be callous towards him. I can't have more stress right now, so fine, callous as it is. Good work, Death Stack. Okay, so if I station the besiegers here and then just roll forward here, that's fine. Eventually we'll get our besiegers to the capital, and that'll be okay. Our target's the entire kingdom, so really there's nothing much to do other than sieging bit by bit by bit. Welcome, Duchess Gertrude. Your husband looks amazing. Wow, what a... This is someone's... esteemed knight. It's an A word that means esteemed. Can't remember what it is, but my goodness, it looks amazing. And his cute little fingers peeking out of his gauntlets. Alright, thanks for the money. We appreciate it. I'll be using that to strengthen your realm very soon. Right, acclaimed. Thank you. Acclaimed knight. Alright, while we're here, the Judice Torchitorio wants to be friends. Nah, we're good. Thanks. No more friends, friends die, hearts break, etc., etc. Can't have that. Alright, so the only men-at-arms stack is not full is light footmen. I'm going to get rid of one stack of light footmen. Let's wait till the war's over. I don't want to make them disappear while we're fighting. We captured a child. Hello, child. Very close to our stewardship. perk. There it goes. Popular figurehead it is. Everyone loves Resorty. Hooray, hooray. Soon we get 2 more domain limit. I'm not quite sure what we'll do with that. There's nothing exactly I want to take. We could grab other large and interesting cities throughout the Empire. Begin moving the Empire's capital towards the middle, perhaps. But for the moment, I'm okay with not thinking too hard about that. Oops, meant to move my army forward to do the sieging thing. Hello. So do the sieging thing, then we roll backwards. Are they unsieging or are they going for my territory? They're going for my territory, actually. In which case, I think I'm actually going to ignore them. We'll see. The guests have arrived. My wife and I are both having a real nice time. I forgot this was our second wife. No children with her. Our prior wife died at age 64. Far too young. And our prior wife is the one that we married ourselves to before we took over as this emperor. So he's not his third wife. Not quite Henry the Eightian. Gosh, what's a better way of saying that? Not quite as octonal. I have no idea. Nonetheless, more wise, more good. Spirits are high. Let's raise a drink and see how it goes. While we're here, Duke Alsticio speaks to us. The servants are carrying out adorned entremets. A number of peacocks skinned, cooked, and stuffed, then redressed in a magnificent plumage. However, as the Duke brought his knife close to one of them, the fowl came to with a shriek. This one wasn't cooked at all. It pecked at his nose before bursting forth among the screaming and laughing guests. As the bird ran wild, the Countess Ona rose to the challenge. It provided great entertainment to see her desperately chase the raving creature across the tables. In the end, she scared the peacock towards the great hall door, where it escaped in the night. Ha ha! We had a good time. Huge health bonus for 5 years. Wow! A good laugh prolongs life if you're not the butt of the joke. True story that. How much war score have we gotten via battle so far? Not too much. Not too much at all. So try to get a little bit more here. Yes, I wonder if that kind of event pops up only if there's a character who is focusing on hijinks. Is there anything more jovial than a feast? Guests throng to and fro, eating and chatting, torchlights everywhere, light bouncing like laughter. It's all really nice. Let's sit back and enjoy ourselves. I could say this is where I want to be, losing 160 stress. Or let's make friends. Or I'm going to show off 160 stress. We have 32 remaining. That is in fact insane. After days and night of joyous company, the feast will soon be over. Every guest seems pleased, except maybe the guy whose face got pecked out. We should do this more often. Even more stress loss again. However, oh boy, not fun anymore. As I stumble outside to relieve myself, I hear shouting on the corner. I turn and see my vassal, the Dauphin Gilbert, sneers. He sinks his blade into the face of the cowering Duke Eric. Whatever sound I made must have been enough, for Gilbert turns toward me, surprise on his face. So the big dum-dum Duke of Lausitz has died, and Gilbert is the killer. So I could say, what have you done? I can publicly announce his crimes, or he pays me money not to tell his secrets. Show me your contract. This is what matters. It's low. I didn't like that Duke anyway, so we'll ask, what have you done? And then, I believe he's blackmailable. Man, everyone's blackmailable. We're trusting though, and so we can't do too many bribes. He wants to keep that secret. Awesome. We'll then go ahead and change his contract. More taxes, more good. I've already changed his contract. Son of a gun. In which case we can just bribe him to keep his secret. He looked fairly young, as I was thinking I hadn't changed his contract at all. Oh well. Yeah, lots of witches indeed. Lots and lots of witches. While thinking about selling off hooks, we'll go ahead and do that, though most people have basically no money. Hello, Regent Guy, no money for you, no money for you. They're also poor. Wow, that's the guy I just bribed a moment ago. This Duke has no money. His wife has the purse strings. The butcher here, we've already changed his contract, so we can ask for a little cash. This is definitely going to fund some major upgrades in just a moment here. Okay. They're sieging random stuff. It's a move, I guess. It's a way to try to do something, but it's not going to work out. Commander here is a siege commander. We actually don't want that. This guy's great because it's winter and also hills. We're going to fight in winter and hills. Sully Judgment. As Duke Conrad's eyes widen, I realize what I said about Adrian. I've had too much. Don't trust a word I said. I told Duke Conrad that Count Adrian is a murderer. I'm a gossip. Paragon of Christian virtue, I am not. We got scads of money, though, so we can't improve our castle at all quite yet. Though, we can improve our gold county. This does not help with gold at all, but I still want to keep it looking nice. And then a few other ones can get decent upgrades. Man, I'm wondering if we're going to get to plus 100 money before another 100 years goes past. I think we may, as long as we keep the Empire together. Yeah, so much depends on that. It's kind of silly how strong the HRE can be if you can just keep it together. Celebration's over. We had a good time. And I closed that page before I meant to. We're down at 0 stress anyway, so good. We're trying to sway the Duke of Swabia here. That's right, swaying Swabia in order to see if he'll change religions back. Last time we asked, he was 1%. This time, 100%. Awesome. I could imprison the Lollards, but better just ask them to reject the heresy over and over again. Are there any other characters actually before that? Giant Woman. Is she back in my territory? There she is. She's still out visiting somebody else. She was supposed to be my knight, but she's just wandering randomly. Unfortunate. I'm sure she'll come home soon enough. What a shame. Yeah, 0 stress now. The earlier comment that man feasts give a tremendous amount of stress reduction is the truest truth ever been trued. Stack wipe there, awesome. So really, all that's left is to siege down. This should be done. I guess I'm moving my army forward just in preparation for protecting them if the king brings more troops from the south. That said, he has 500 dudes and can't hire any more mercenaries, so I believe that is finished. Speaking of finished, we have to drive out Lollard ways, rather. So begin with direct vassals. Any among you Lollards, actually I'll start with, are any among you non-Catholics? If I can do that. So all our direct vassals are good to go. How about indirect vassals? Hello. I can ask them to convert. Some of them will. My various direct vassals should be fixing this, but no. Hey, this person is a part of my family and he's a witch. Huh. Well, that's no good. We gotta make sure that our inheriting son is not obviously a witch. Man, he is not doing well with his stress. So he's both irritable and also inapathetic. He's pretty good on stats, but that's not great. Yeah, the person who just announced they're a witch was like 15 years old. Clearly a phase. Clearly a phase. But a little awkward anyway. Alright, once I have a little more money, I'm going to go ahead and hold court. That'll be lovely. But first, this should finish Croatia. A hunt. A hunt. Okay, it doesn't say what kind of hunt it is. It's only 60 days away. So I guess I'll go. What's this? The King of Estonia is holding a grand tournament. Estonia, I'll incorporate you one of these days. For now, though, let's go hunting! Cool. Really hoping it's falconry. Captain, folks, the war is finished. Agonar, good seeing you. How's it going? To the prison. One person's worth cash. The rest of them, hello, older man. You're a long way from Wales down here. But you are a good Catholic and a crusader. We fought arm in arm as brothers. Go forth. Hello, Dorbmir. You're not a crusader, but you're a good Catholic anyway. You're welcome to just go free. And then Vitamir here. Really nothing much. Off you go. And lastly, Vid. Vid's a crazy person with the great pox. Unfortunately, that's not grounds to indebted him. I don't think it's the case that the pox can escape from the dungeon. I'm not allowed to throw him into the deepest, darkest hole. So we'll just let him sit there for a while and, see what comes of his insanity. So much touring, may as well be a rock band. We've done a tremendous amount of touring. A tremendous amount. The war is done. And so, Really? The prior king of Croatia is still okay with us, all things considered. He doesn't like that I seized his crown. But he understands these things happen. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Good stuff, good stuff. We helped one of his family members ascend to the throne of Croatia, and as you see, Croatia is now part of us. We have a hook on him for incorporating him. Is he good at anything? Decent marshal, but not much past that. Show me your contract, please. It's normal. No need to change anything quite yet. Cool. And then, the celebrations end. During a hunt? Few candles survive the guest has left. I hear paratroopers lay out size relief. So this is the end of the feast event that popped up instead of the hunt event popping up. Cool. We lost another 152 stress. So I think over the course of that one feast, we lost, 400 or so stress. Ridiculous. That said, we've arrived for a hunt soon, Executus. Soon. Unfortunately, it's the case that our hunt here is for Wedator, which does not help us. We'll try the best to help our host. There we go. Our host to help us here. Eager Reveler, episode on the Eager, you're absolutely right. This king is ready to have a real good time. Okay, so it is the case up here that we have a claim on the Duchy of Masuria, which is part of that. We don't have a claim on Prussia yet. Prussia is part of what exactly? Part of Lithuania. Huh. A little surprising. We'll work on that. Our Counselor Oot of Bern has eaten some poisonous plants by mistake. She's my court jester also. I like to imagine she did it as a joke. Just a joke. Oh no! So, remember that part where I gave my son one county inside of Flanders and gave him the ducal title? Well, Duke Arnold decided against that, to be honest. So, yeah, no great surprises there. I wonder if my boy still has that one duchy. I think he just usurped it, which, fine. You'd be fine there. Hello, Flanders. Does my boy have his title still? He does. And he has some gold, but not nearly enough, unfortunately. Yeah, this guy dislikes me quite a bit. Who took his title directly. Oh, that's it. So the difference between taking one's title via war, by putting someone else with a claim on the title onto that position, and imprisoning them, and then saying, you call yourself Duke. Not anymore. Interesting. I won't be able to imprison you. Negative 27. These were rivals. Not super important. Kind of want to spy on him, though, and see what other secrets we can learn about him. That said, he is not doing terribly well. And his number one heir likes us just fine. So I'm not sure how much longer he'll be around with the lover's pox and the illness and the scars and the disfigured and the excommunicated and the sodomite and. Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy. He's also a witch, so maybe he'll live eternally. We'll see how this goes. Waiting for the hunt. That's good. What else can be done right now? Change of vassal contract with King Turquettle. King of Croatia. No, I want to leave him on his hook for right now. Prison. Hello, friend. Oh yeah, you're the guy who gets to stay in the prison because it's a quarantine for sure. We're just going to save money for a tiny little bit. I think my next ruler, whenever he shows up, will be making a tremendous number of duchies just to get prestige for that. My son would like to ally with me. No. No. I like you, kid, but I'm already your emperor. We're learning that everyone in my family's a witch. Huh. Again, 15-year-old gotta be a phase. Now, I know there's some achievement for starting as a Norse person, make your entire family into a witch coven. I don't think we're doing that this playthrough, but who knows. Oh, sweet lord, my child has died in childbirth. Oh, no, it's all your fault. That's why we gave you a name that's absolutely unpronounceable nonsense. Don't you forget what you did to my daughter, you little monster. Can I immediately denounce you? Alright, so our child has died before we've died. It's all very sad. That said, our stress is 0, so we're fine. Cat. Hey, look at that. Nubia has a bite in the middle of the Byzantines. Always love that for sure. For sure. Okay. Can't start wars right now, but should probably use our Prince Archbishop to find more claims on something. So we have a truce with France for another 2 years or so. Do I believe this king will live for 2 more years? I actually kind of sort of do. So next duchy in order. What's the biggest duchy here? I mean, Burgundy is not half bad. It's quite a bit of fun. So I'd like to get a claim on the Duchy of Burgundy if possible. There's the capital. Bring me a claim. Hunt will start in 41 days. Not looking successful. At least we'll get some more experience points. You heard that Denmark insulted my mother? I wouldn't doubt it. Wouldn't doubt it at all. As I said earlier, well, a little bit of heresy still there and here. As I said earlier, might make sense for us to try to push for something else. But what? Like, the Empire doesn't directly touch the pagan lands. So I have this kingdom level Holy War, and I don't think I can use it on character we don't immediately touch. I'll look at it in a second. I'm pretty sure you can't, though. Nonetheless, my huntman has decided we want to hunt a boar. It's dangerous. Good luck! Do I have a CB on these fine folks? I don't. So no, we can't Holy War at distance. King Marcin of Poland just fought for a new county. Good job, good job. Is there anyone in your family who wants to join me? Be right with you. This is someone's son, so no. Someone's son, so probably no. Hey, actually, maybe yeah. No. He likes his liege too much, unfortunately. Can fabricate claim process now produce claims on kingdoms? No, it's only duchies. I'll show you how you can know that in just one moment. Yeah, they all like their liege too much. So if you look at the council page and mouse over the claim, it shows you the extra possible effects. And that bottom one is just claim on duchy, unfortunately. I think it'd be way too powerful to get claims on kingdoms. I mean, delightful fun, but way, way, way too powerful. Is Malta close enough to go for Tripoli? Maybe. Maybe it is. We have possible CBs there. Good call on that. I wasn't planning to spread the HRE into Africa, but sure, why not? Alright, we find ourselves once again seeing wildflowers. Seems like every single hunt, someone cares more about flowers than fighting. So I can order them onto my horse. We can still gain hunter trade experience even though we're maxed out on hunter trade experience in Wenator. If I asked my doctor to get these herbs, it doesn't damage the chance of success in the hunt. So we'll do that. So more health, more health. Cornering the boar. It's getting away. We try to go fight it with our spear. I'm thinking about potentially going for the recreate Rome. We've done it once before, but it should be good. The boar got away! Boo! Boo! Boo. For the decisions we have ahead. Yeah, we're still maxed out on Wenator. You don't get any experience points on Falconer for that, unfortunately. For the decision to unite the Western Slavs, we have to control... Yep, all of Poland. Or almost all of Poland. We hold most of it, so really just incorporate Poland and we're good to go. Are we still allies here, boss? We are still allies here, boss. Huh. And there's the big one. Unite the Slavs by getting... all of Slavia, which goes way down. But as soon as I've ever done, I'd love to do. Long last back home again. Okay. Carnal comforts? Oh my goodness. So Kriemhild has been devastated ever since her husband died. She comes to me saying she's lonely, period, she says, looking at me longingly. Reminds me that Herman was a good friend. Oh yeah, this is a friend who died young. We got quite stressed out. You've always been so comforting, she says. No. Eventually I'll play a Seduction King, just not while trying to be a good Catholic also. Claim on Dijon? Nope, keep it up. Alright, back home we can finally hold court. First time in a long time. But first, as I wander about the court, I hear the familiar mutterings of my courtiers making merry and debating their role in the Holy Roman Empire. To my surprise, I hear my courtier Bia making conversation with Luigi about the nature of medicine. She seems remarkably familiar with the workings of the human body, and upon noticing my approach, she turns to me and invites me to join the conversation. You don't spend all day cutting men open while learning a thing or two about the workings of God's own creation, she says after describing her method of using leeches to purge corruption from an infected wound. It would seem that Bia has been using her expertise in human anatomy to help the locals of Prague and has become a bit of a local healer and midwife. She's also confessed to providing medical care to the lowlifes in my dungeon. Saint of the Gallows, Bia. Yeah, so she has one full level in physician. Neat. So I could say, you're wasted executioner, please become my physician instead. We get rid of Sven. That's Luigi. Sven? Sven, where are you? So Sven the physician is fully leveled up all the way through. Hey, he's a pilgrim. Alright. Or I could say, don't heal those lowlives. She hates that. Or, good work. Keep it up. She gains the name Jesus' Mercy. That's a very, very sweet name. Aw, Bia Jesus' Mercy. I wish I had a title to give her. But no. A good executioner. She bears the ability to both have life and death in her hands. Let's see what the various people in the court want. Hello! A peasant woman comes forward first, saying that wars have taken a toll on the countryside. The Bavarians have been looted by the people coming through. Please, we beseech you, spare some resources we see it restored. The peasant bows clumsily. So how much money do you want to restore your shrine? 300 money. For this, Bavarians will like me a little bit more. Or I can tear down the rest of the building and make the holding of Brook cheaper. We don't hold Brook, instead the Archbishop does. Or we can't afford to spend any money. They get angry. It's in Vienna, they get angry. Alright, your king loves you, here's some money. And then, before me stands the Mayor Reinhold of Solms. His head is hung low. My lord, Solms has been hit hard by a recent harsh winter. The people are starving, our fields not recovering, and the livestock's not enough to survive anymore. My liege, the Count Emmond, lacks money or will to help us. We beg you, intervene, and save your devoted subjects with your great magnanimity. He bows deeply and falls silent. Our great souledness. So where is Solms? Where is Solms? If I click on it, it doesn't take me to it. It's out of Emmons territory. It's in Nassau. Huh. Fascinating. He has some money. So, I could give him 150 money. If I do that, I get a hook against the mayor. Nassau then gets faster development growth. Cool. I can do tax relief. If I do that, we get fewer taxes but more development also. The count appreciates that too. And also, I know the person for the job. We send Izzadin off, my seneschal, and he gets one more stewardship, or good luck. I'll go for tax relief. It's a relatively small county, not going to be that much money. That's fine. And then, as soon as it's time to speak, the agitated man yells, "The end is nigh! The signs are clear! The people of Mason know it too well! Crops failing, grasshoppers invading the fields, blood running in the streets. It's the end of days. Repent!" Alright, so this crazy person, yep, we can say salvation must be achieved through every means. We go destroy the sinners, or burn the heretic, or take this fool away. I'm sorry, crazy man. You are a destabilizing force in my grand empire. The fire of my pyre will save you from the fire of hell. Hopefully he went dancing his way onto the old Christmas tree. Well done, well done, well done. We've reasserted our ability as king. We have said that we're in charge here. Grand Tournament could be fun, but I'll wait longer on that. We appear to have We appear to have, what was I going to say? There's something listed here I want to do. Right, our knights may not be correctly set right now. We have an open knight slot there, and no one can be an acclaimed knight. So let's invite some knights and use some money to see who we get. 3 able-bodied men will join us presently. My vassal, the Podestra Martino, has brought forward undeniable evidence that Alicia was followed by him. Oh, shame, shame, shame. I'm sure there's some way to use this, but as always, just shame, shame, shame. A number of my holdings are really poorly developed compared to the other ones. Oh no! The crazy man with pox died in my dungeon. Who could have foreseen that? Knight Willem is here. Holy cow! He's an average peasant, but he's Herculean. I'd like to offer you a position in my court. And one of my daughters. So, do I have any daughters right now? Let's see. Okay, that's my grandson little rule. This 12-year-old little girl is callous and ambitious. If I put him involved with the 2-year-old here, how old are you? 30. I mean, while creepy, it raises the possibility of getting a Herculean smart folks in the line. So, sure, that seems nice. Don't you worry about it. It's all fine. All fine. All fine. Alright, so because he's merely betrothed, he is not going to join the court immediately. I still need to save a little bit more cash, but I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. We got a pop-up about various populists trying to break off. It's one of these down here. So how close is my bishop to finishing our search? 2 months. After this 2 months, regardless of what happens, I'm moving down here to drive out the Muslim horde. Hey, it's the King of Croatia. So what happened to the last King of Croatia? Wait 1 second. So this is not the man we put on the throne. Hello. Installed by a faction demand. Ah, unfortunate. So though we helped this guy to become King of Croatia, he was unable to hold the territory himself. Unfortunate. Unfortunate, unfortunate, unfortunate. He still gets to be a count, though. That's pretty cool. This guy is not going to break off. I just don't believe it. We'll sway him, think I'm like it a little bit more, but no. Your territory is yours again, but you are not going to go independent. Surely, surely, surely that. We have the money we need now for recruit knights. His name was William, and he was a guest. There he is. He does not have any ability to become an acclaimed knight. The Prince Bishop of Milan, way down here, wants us to join him on a hunt. It's only 33 days away. Oh, sorry, his name is Milan. I wish he were the Bishop of Milan while being named Milan. That'd be so much better, but it's close by. One minor danger, so we'll get our forest friends working. Fingers crossed on it being Weenators. Not Weenators, sorry, I'm being falconry. Off we go again. More wandering points, more good. Tons of how to make. I'm going to move these vassals around for sure. No reason not to. So Holland is now part of Lotharingia. That's fine. Someone reads me a poem. It's the standard ones about life and so on. Nobody likes it, so thank you for writing it, even though it's not terribly impressive. Salerno, you still have your same ruler, and you're still uninterested in joining me. My vassals don't like me enough, and we're not friends. I think the last thing this emperor's gonna do, like the last war he's definitely gonna have, is go integrating this person. I mean, we can ask for her to be excommunicated also. Of course he's cool with that. It's 500 prestige. There's genuinely no reason for me to excommunicate her. I think I already have a straight-on CB. I do. Just, that's weird. Please don't stab people. Here we are in order to do some hunting. Soon we'll hunt. And again, we're focused on recreation, so fingers crossed on that one. Wow. I said no matter what happens, I would definitely be moving the bishop. He got the message and knew he needed to hurry up and get a claim on all of Burgundy. France, I'm coming for you. Time to drive out the awful heathen horde. It's the last heathen horde in my territory. Except for the Lollards. Oh, speaking of which, I was meaning to work my way through the Lollards and ask them all to convert one at a time so I don't get confused. Awesome. Next, some random mayor. Cool. Evanrez, it's a mistake to say no to the Holy Roman Emperor. Good. This person doesn't like me very much at all. They're not Lollards, but she says she will convert over. I'm actually a little surprised on that one. Cool. They're at least saying they're converting. A mayor who's Muslim. 99% chance. They'll ask for something. He didn't. He didn't indeed. One last person. And then all the vassals, at least, are back to being Catholic. There you go. All vassals, directly and indirectly, are Catholic. With that, this county is turned back to being Catholic also. Cool. So because of that cool thing, I guess it's time for us to have our bishop try to develop a CB somewhere. And I mean, I don't know. We're close to being Emperor of Italy, aren't we? I think so. Though this is the Kingdom of Sardinia. We already control Corsica. Becoming a King of Sardinia requires 2 more counties. So, we do have CBs across this folk. I don't quite know what it is, but that'd be something worth pushing. I may push the entire island all at once. Just go to, 6 wars simultaneously? Could be fun. Invite a claimant of Croatia. We already have Croatia. That's how we got Croatia. As far as Poland, what I do want, there are no available claimants. Hate to say. Yeah, this fellow is... actually, this one's closer than before. Last time we looked, it was negative... Oh, it is negative 200, sorry. So negative 200, too far away. Negative 105, and... is the regent, so won't go. I guess the Queen Mother of Denmark is one possibility. If I send her money, it's only plus 25. Our logic is highest. Let's focus. We're on stewardship right now. I'm trying to finish architect. And then we're moving to health because the old dude's kind of old. Secrets! Nothing terribly important there. Oh, Bia died. Bia, Jesus' mercy is no more. That's a-okay. So we need a new executioner. Let's see if anybody is ready for it. Hey, it was poets. I'm always surprised when we find ourselves having poets. William de Bois, an okay, funny person, will definitely give us joy and won't mind terribly being our jester. We lost our champion also. Yeah, so we're not going to have that woman knight being a woman knight. I think the tournament event may have bugged a little bit and didn't quite work out. Hey, do it for Bruce. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Is this Bruce the Shark from the Finding Nemo movie, or from Raft, or something else? All right, you'll be a fine bodyguard, my friend. If Finding Nemo, nice. Hey, look at this. We have a mystic. Awesome. But we know of no one in our court who is evil. And so, not evil, villainous. So we're not able to have an executioner. However, another knight. How much you want, boss? 80 money. I said I want to do more buildings, but okay. More knights, more good. Now with that knight, can anyone be promoted? Nope. And none of the knights are worthy of the many accolades I have. Sad times. Sad times. I mean, part of it might be that we don't have that many people in our court who are knights. And I think that the acclaimed knights have to be people in your court, not vassal knights. So, man, 32 is so good. I think I'm going to force some people into being knights. Like this guy here, I'm surprised can't actually. But William the Jester, you could be a knight also. And you get an accolade. An accolade is Politicker Reaver. We'll look at that in just a moment. What's a reeve? Isn't it like an assistant or steward or something? Whichever way, friends. We have an ad break coming in 30 seconds, so I'm going to take a quick break from the game, do a little bit of crossword puzzle. We'll leave you all outside of emote-only mode because we're working together to finish this crossword, and then in 3 minutes' time, we'll return to CK3. So taking a break from the stream, we'll see you in a bit. If you're still here for the crossword, I appreciate that one too. Good, 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 good. All right, my friends, we continue working on this accursed puzzle. We made a little bit of progress last time by finishing out this corner here. So I'd like very much to finish this corner here next if possible. So any guesses on showing care in a way? And again, please don't Google. It's a matter of figuring out together. It's more fun. We also have Emmy-winning writer and actress Blank Nicole Black. Fatherly. Oh, I like that as in the way. That's a very, very smart one, Bard. Thank you for noticing that. My guess then is this person's name is Ashanti. There's not enough letters for that, though. Ashley, possibly. Ashley Nicole Black would have fit. We'll see if that's right. Okay. Blank position, the fetal position. Good. Okay, all these long ones then. Productions with contributions from the right and the left. So fence comes to mind, but that seems incorrect. Right and left both. Punny progressive motto since 2015. French bread? French definitely would fit. Why French bread, though? For right and left. French braid. Ah, smart, smart, smart. Smart, smart, smart. Yeah, the French braid takes hair both sides. Oh, feel the burn. I can't think of any streamer that ever had a Feel the Burns poster on his stream. Who would ever do that and then forget the phrase immediately? Good catch on that one. Pressing issues. Pressing issues. So I'm thinking like an issue with pressing. There could also be the outcome. The outcome of pressing, maybe. Shelley Hack's the answer? Shelley Hack here. Portrayal of Tiffany Wells on Charlie's Angels. Charlie's Angles, the educational version is the same. I don't know that person at all, but cool. Avant-garde writer Teresa Hak Kyung Sha Cha, unsure. Pressing issue. This is probably Natalie something. Creases are pressing issues. So after pressing, you have mistakes of creases. So Teresa Hak Kyung Sha, or Cha, I'm guessing. Okay. Nickname for Serbian tennis star is probably the something Joker. So I'll put the T here. Clucks disapprovingly. I said earlier it was Tuts something. But SS feels very awkward, so I'm not sure. Oh, Joker, because the person's name is Djokovic. Djokovic, sure, that's awesome, thank you. Tut-tuts. Oh, that's a good way of doing it. So multiple T's will get us through. Power player is... Power player. It's singular, so it wouldn't be stars. Power player. Stars with a Z? Oh, is Power a show on the Stars Network? Okay, that's my weakness for sure. Cool though, thank you. Yeah, Diaz is a good name. It definitely makes a lot of sense. All right, it's a plan then. Probably RUN. Wednesday the 3rd. Yeah, this one, like I said, I just do not know how to think about. Any idea what Wednesday the 3rd may be? Like I said, I thought like the 3rd Wednesday in a month possibly, which, I don't know. Shout approval. I said earlier yay is a possibility. There could be yay like that in a legal body, or yay like that. Now, YSS, I don't think so. Informal expression of resignation. I'm outie. I quit. Like the central planet in Dune. I'm guessing it's arid, though I really don't know that for sure. 11 down might be bypass. Way to get into the zone. No, I think you're not too wrong. The zone is going to be the end zone in football. It's touchdown pass, I believe. And so I think yay is then correct. Man, that's a rough one. Expression of resignation. So help, like help me, but it's not super informal. Signing ceremony subject. Keep. Oh, a keep could be like part of a castle. Oh, whelp? That's good. Whelp? I like that very much. Signing ceremony could be law? Yeah. So when a legal, say a bill is passed through the Congress and goes to the president or prime minister, it's a law. And so keep. Wednesday the 3rd. Keep. Anybody got it? Wednesday the 3rd. This always makes me think that maybe something else is wrong on the way down. Because I'm not being able to parse into anything. Who is the 3rd actually Wednesday Addams? That's a really smart idea. I have no idea. Oh, wait. I figured it out. I got it. So keep means also like with food, it stays around. So what is the 3rd letter of the word Wednesday? W-E-D, Wednesday. It's a silent D. There you go. It's a silent D. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. And so last, like a food lasts in the fridge. Good job, team. We got it together. Thank you for excellent assistance in that one. Oh, we love the New Yorker crossword so much, don't we? That's probably the last crossword for today. Thank you for your good assistance. It means the world as always. Team, we can do it all together. I'm proud of us. Probably about a half hour more stream. Let's go ahead and see what this this new Jester night could be if we want to do it together. You never be able to do it. Yeah, the New Yorker puzzle on Monday, Tuesday is quite challenging. My wife and I can do it together pretty effectively, but solo I just can't. So Politica gives what? Wow, so by having this character as a knight for us, all of the, or 3 kinds of vassals like us more. Minority vassals we do have quite a few of because there are so many different cultures inside of our realm. So some people are pretty cranky about this. Minor landholder, we don't really care. We don't have that many direct barons and such, or we won't long term. And courtly, there aren't that many of. That said, these bottom 2, the Grand Tours boost vassal levy base contribution, siege progress against revolts. Wow, that could be very cool. Other one is the Reeve. Makes parochial vassals like us more. And then eventually Grand tournaments give more growth to your least developed county. Wow. So this is development growth. These are one full level of least developed county. That's amazing. Man, and bonus stewardship. Okay, congratulations, you do get to be a knight. So this is mostly like a political knight as opposed to being a battlefield knight. The Emperor's seal is not the worst thing. Though when I hear seal, I think either the circus animal or kiss from a rose. So I'm going to change to seal of authority, and that will help me feel a little better about it. Welcome, my friend, to the line. Can we find a worthy successor? There are some already. Cool. Alright, we begin to hunt. Hey, falconry again. Our beast dives out and finds a collection of coins and trinkets. 50 more money and stress removal all the way. We'll invite you to join us now. Oops, we already did. So he's joined us as a knight. He's not very good. I probably don't need to recruit any more knights right now because we fixed the acclaimed knight issue. So with the money we have, we should probably get back to building. We find a flock of storks with a 36% chance of success. We'll see how that goes. What buildings are possible? Here we go. At Placin, we can get ourselves better grand tournament costs. We do want to launch a grand tournament probably during this king's lifetime to make an attempt at increasing the chance we have of getting the achievement, right? The achievement of completing all or winning all of the tournament competitions in one tournament. The stork eludes us. What a sad time. Nonetheless, we have some more points in falconry. Probably need one or two more hunts to finish that, but we'll keep trying on those. All right, when we're home, I'd like to go to war with our good friends in France again. We no longer have an alliance or a truce with France, so we'll be going there next. And we'll also go ahead and run Masuria into ourselves. While traveling along, we have an estate owner bring us in with a lavish feast. In the morning, Blus said it's very expensive to host a shindig like this. Thank you for coming, but give us money. So we can demand he pays us 300 money. If we do that, he'll like us a little bit less. I can give him 300 money, or let's come to an agreement. He gets a hook on me. Absolutely not. So we demand that he pays us money. He still likes us fine, and hey, hot darn we're rich. Just about to finish another lifestyle focus. Only 2 to go till architect. Cool. Can we improve our main holding again? Nah. I think everything requires more innovation. So our capital is maxed out right now. Go ahead and get divided attention. So 2 more domain limit. There's a possibility. Wow. 3 more domain limit now. But if I move the queen off of managed domain and onto assist, we're still fine. So she's then giving us points into absolutely everything, which will help with the Empire. Now, the advantage of having her on simple managed domain is you get even more money, but I want the bonus to all of our things right now. We could just move over to patronage to maximize the speed at which we get our innovation in. The current one will take 15 years without her. If we move her over, it recalculates to 14 years. Not a big enough difference for right now. So we'll ever do absolutely everything for the moment. Cool. All right. We are home. By which I mean, hello friend. Are you interested in being incorporated? You have a little alliance with Kronia, a minor duchy inside of Lithuania. No problems. I can force vassalize her. I did not realize that. I actually didn't need the claim because she's small enough that I can gobble her right up. If I do that, she will not be terribly pleased with me, but that's okay. I will keep you safe and protected. Don't you understand? It's for your own good. Her military is 3316. If we just use our men-at-arms and knights, we have more troops and of higher quality too. So we are not going to be using our normal levies at all this time. The men may sit at home. Wulza, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a very, very good day. We're going to move our commander over to... So Holy Warrior only works with hostile faiths, not with merely the stray ones. And she's Orthodox, that will not work, unfortunately. We'll be fighting on open plains most likely, possibly forests. So our highest open plains person is actually kind of far down, in which case I will just use our very top knight, our very top commander, and see how it goes. My granddaughter Elizabeth came to be complaining about Count Bulimid bullying her. At the age of 13, he's already a flagellant? Man, the kid's getting some weird stuff early. She's been hiding all over the castle to avoid facing him. So Elizabeth is not going to be inheriting, so it's okay. You can be a big coward. Go study in your room instead. Gdansk is under siege, that's fine. Invitation to another hunt. It's 9 days away. Happy to go to that. And we probably don't need either of our assistants. Let's go solo. Oh no, Rizzo died. Rizzo was slain in battle, it seems. That battle was not part... Actually, probably right here, now I think about it. Very sad. Very sad. So, Rizzo was our oldest knight and master of the hunt. He'd been helping us for a long, long time. He was also our marshal. That is terribly, terribly brutal. Well, the Duke of Steiermark, his grandfather, led a revolt against long ago. As of right now, it is the case that we can just move a random peasant onto the council, because everyone else likes us enough. I mean, that's sad. That's sad. We do have the issue of that one large vassal absolutely hates us, and so we'll need to deal with that at some point. Accursed Flanders. The Duke Paulo comes in to pledge his allegiance. He's not feeling well. He misspeaks terribly. He's confused about our language. He doesn't put it into subject-verb-object order. Confusion. But we appreciate your trying. Wow. He also gives 180 money because we're a nice person. Alright. The hunt is beginning. Unfortunately, this is not a case where we are getting falconry points. We do need to lower stress, so we're going to keep on doing that. Good. You had to give your Air Craven. Yeah, there's definitely a nice listing of what are the best worst traits. It's a lot of fun to think about these things to decide like what what terrible effects will you accept if you're gonna have something bad. Hello, Diggle. You went teaching for 3 hours, then lunch. I'm still here. Yeah, probably went for another half hour or so, but as you know, CK3 is just a game that can gobble up so many hours so unbelievably quickly. This guy could be a fine knight, but not our realm. He's too weak. So, enjoy being here. We'll see you around. Scads of money. The one thing to do with Scads of money would be to throw a grand something. We have a dynastic trait where we get a substantial additional bonus for going on to other kinds of grand tours. I don't think that should be especially grand, but so far we've done the intimidation one. We've not done taxation or the other. So I think we will save our money and do that when we get home. And then while on the road, we will do some more building, but we're doing pretty well. King Croatia is coming to like me a little bit more each time. Like I said, he's a minority vassal. He's, I'm not the right kind of person for being in this realm, and that's fine. We captured a chancellor already. The AI is standing on their capital. We'll see how long that lasts. People we have are not going to war score at all. So this mayor has money for himself. The Duchess here still does have money, so the possibility she'll rance people out. That said, she appears to be greedy. This fellow is nobody to me, so I'll ask him to convert and then send him on his way. This child is worth money to somebody. Oh, not quite enough due to greediness. And so we'll also go ahead and free her for a religious change. No longer believing in the Basilius, instead believing in the Pope. They all have silly hats, but at least that's the case that she believes in the right one now. Hey, R3DF0 times 102. I'm sure I'm supposed to read that a different way, but it's good having you here. Thanks for that follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a lovely day. All you lovely new followers. Man, every time we play CK or any other Paradox game, I'm amazed at how many very cool people are out there waiting for more Paradox content. We love it. Here's Koslav. He is the leader of the hunt. He wants to hunt a stag. We have a 75% chance of pulling it off. I believe. I believe. I believe. I don't think we need this much money for our Grand Tour. If only we get some interest. Like, invest it in a bank somewhere would be a very, very good thing. Oh my goodness. We're sneaking up on the beasts. See what we can find. Hey, the King Lujevic of Croatia stopped being Croatian, now he's Bosnian. I wonder why he made that choice to change cultures. If I bring up the big culture page. Huh, yeah, so it's Croatian, Bosnian, and Serbian. I'm a little surprised that, a little surprised there that he didn't, stay with Croatian ways. Now, all these other ones, they're all becoming increasingly Czechly, because I am Czechly. We'll see, we'll see. As of right now, we do speak High Germanic, because the Empire was Germanic initially. Not sure how much longer. Wow, with a 78% chance of success, we fail in hunting the stag. It gets to live another day, being ever more terrified of humans. So though the stag got away, someone got some stag antlers. Maybe they were left on the ground somewhere. Cool. We succeeded in having relaxation, but we didn't actually lose any stress. So maybe we'll have a feast when we get home in just a moment here. We captured the Duchess. How much war score are we at without her? We're still over 100. So yeah, it's definitely a case where we'll free her. Because she's going to be our vassal, I actually want to free her not for money, but for a hook, just to keep her in line as much as possible. Also got a bishop, a dwarf bishop. Will you change religions? Golly gosh, you will. Alright, we send her bishop free. He stops speaking one language and speaks the language of the Apocrypha instead. I actually don't know if the Eastern Orthodox Church teaches the Apocrypha, or only if the Catholics do. Definitely my boyhood denomination had no interest at all in the Apocrypha. Alright, she's gone free. War over. Now vassalized. Yum, 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 yum. And one wonderful thing about that is we got a little bit of Lithuania as well. Cool. Alright, so those are the case we have a hook on her. She does not like us very much at all. Now, a bit ago, we did incorporate Croatia, and they're feeling a little bit better about us. Yeah, none of the negatives here will tick down against us. He's at high taxes. I don't think I set that myself. So we could lower him to normal taxes and normal levies, and he'll like us more. Nope, his obligations have already been changed once. I have no idea how that is. Because I definitely did not change them to high myself. Unless I want to punish someone, I never go above normal. Interesting. Interesting. We'll deal with that on the next ruler. It's so fascinating that you can't change the... Yeah, you can't change a ruler's contract, even in a friendly way, twice in a life. Strange. We have an adventure. So, our very first adventurer ever brought back this armor. And in exchange for it, we gave him an absolutely wonderful county. I love adventures so much. The last adventurer wanted to go to Northern Africa, I believe. This one wants to go to Syria. Heck yes. It's a legendary adventurer, a legendary poet. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. He's leaving for Syria. Hey, Klaus, how's it going, my friend? Hope you're doing well. You're up late. You're looking at making extra dough by selling bread jokes for 5 cents each. You wonder if I or anyone else in my chat may be interested. You can find it by searching business on Google. It's called Pun Per Nickel LLC. Pun Per Nickel. Klaus did a bit of a setup, but it was definitely worth it at the end. Oh, Klaus. Oh, Klaus. Klaus, usually your pun a day is towards the beginning of the stream, and I'm not yet in absolutely silly mode. This late in the stream, you can't do that. It's amazing. Thank you, Klaus. I'll definitely tell Noms that one. Pun per nickel. Here's a message from our adventurer. I receive a missive from my adventurer with words embellished so I can see him in the theater of my mind. We've been sailing up rivers around the winding hills. After a drought, the locals told us the river we traveled by dried up ahead of the vessel. Instead of giving up or turning back, we attempted the impossible. I commanded my crew to start building a track and pulley system. We dragged our boat across the land towards the next river. It sailed in the sea of grass and daisies. You can then imagine what I did next. Alright, so did he turn back and cut his losses? Did the boat survive the journey? Or did locals take pity? No, the boat surely survived its journey. 80% chance that pulled off. And it did. It's only been 11% Marshall. That's not nearly as high as I thought it was on that roll, but cool. Cool. My knights, my Grand Knights have been hired by the Queen of Norway. So what trouble is Norway in? They're calling for knights. They're defending against a claim on a single county from Aviovaron. Whom? Okay, so the knights are coming to drive back pagans to the north. Will Norway remain as part of Christendom? Gosh, I hope so. If it doesn't, I can holy war against them, though, so that's okay. Alright, back home again. Let's go ahead and set up another tour. There's myth about Archimedes using poison rope to move a boat with his own hands. That's amazing, Blue Link. I always think it's a reference to Fitzcarraldo, that film about carrying a boat over land in South America. Absolutely crazy film that it is. Okay, so the king's not doing terribly well. In 17 months, we'll have access to Architect, and then we'll immediately shift over to Learning for the end of this guy's life. I don't want to keep him alive forever, but I do want to spend this money, or a lot of this money, before the next king. It's good to have, it's good to have king with lots of money, but getting Architect means we want to spend some cash. I'm thinking now between which of the two big tours I want to do. It doesn't need to be the biggest tour. It just needs to be big enough to get the requisite perks. So, is there any requirement here? Where is it? Where's that? Here we go. So, the Lordly Due is taxation tour. We go for that. We get 25% more money for 20 years. That would really help with getting our buildings built straight away. So let's start that tour right now, or do I want to start another war between now and then? Hello, France. Hello, France. France is already being eaten by who dat? Is that one of my counts? No, an internal countess is battling against somebody else inside. It's a tyranny war. So this is an attempt to have King Philippe be overturned and move to L'Encapé. Huh. So they're trying to move succession along through the various members of this family. Well, I know we have a claim on all of Burgundy, and so While the King of France is distracted, let's go ahead and gobble at that. We have a claim on that. Do the other rulers have any claims on anything larger? Count Guy has a claim on something I can't see, so I'm not going to worry about that at all. Langres. Oh, there it is. There it is. And then Count Guillaume has a claim on the same thing. Alright, so my claims matter most of all. Forward! Before we even raise a single soldier, I'm going to set up the next Grand Tour. Can't be done for another 9 months. Alright, I'll just sit to the side till then. We actually have the red cross here, the X mark, indicating these cannot be done. So we can throw a quick pilgrimage. It's a little late in life for that. Is there any advantage going for pilgrimage right now? Nah, maybe next king. But 9 months time, it's currently October. And I'm trying to think of, is there anything else I want to do while the Empire's stable? Before the nonsense of the next king? I don't really think so. Other than, like I said, build to build. So, with 9 months to go until we actually use the money, I'm going to do some more building. I'll trust it fills back up in a hurry. More cows, more cows! And Zatek can get so much more increased also. And Nyomo and Vienna. Wow, Vienna has so many possibilities still. And as of right now, I believe Vienna has my siege weapons in it. But I'm going to go for just more taxes in general. I'm trusting that money will make us strong, even if our men-at-arms are relatively weak compared to what they could be. We'll see how it goes. I haven't fully explored how men-at-arms work in the new patch. The Jarl Flossie has joined against us. He's actually fairly substantial. It's in Meath. It's in Ireland, right? So not really a concern there, but... Man, with all that building, we still have 400 money to go. Okay, well, let's keep on improving like we said we would. Again with the blacksmiths. Cool. Okay. We've had surprisingly few artificers come by to our Imperial Court. Many of my pieces of furniture in the Royal Court are still just blue tier instead of legendary tier. I'd love to spend money on more and more of them. But as of right now, no one's coming, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Come on, come on. There's no reason for a giant stack here. That's kind of silly of me to do that. And what exactly is the war target? That's that right there. Okay. We'll break up once we're inside. And where does the Duke actually live? The Duke actually lives in Dijon, so go fairly quickly. Buildings getting done. Yeah, buildings are flying through thanks to how good our king is at, at stacking bonuses throughout the realm. My vassal, the Count Matuus, has accused the Countess of having an affair. She goes into prison at once. Are you anyone I'm concerned about? You're a crazy person, though. A content crazy person. Content maniac. That's a great title. Go free my content maniac. If ever I start a band in the future, we're definitely going with that one. I don't know who you are, so go free, be a good person. Thanks. I may be the most forgiving liege of all time. It might be a little bit silly, that. Okay, we also saw that of our claimed knights. Wow, we're not only one claimed knight. So just a moment ago we had 3. And we can't reinstate any of them. I have no knight that can become acclaimed. Man, that's brutal. That's brutal. If I just split my army straight in half. Yeah, for some reason that button's... Oh, it is working. That's weird. It was grayed out, but pushing it did work. So this way we now have 2 sieging armies, and they don't both have siege commanders. So, where's the next siege commander? You. Good. What's a claimed knight? So it's a modification in the most recent DLC allows you to set up special roles for some of your knights based on their traits. And so by there being a knight, they will give your armies, your liege, and your entire realm bonuses. But they have to engage in glorious conduct, like fighting in tournaments and so on, in order to become truly amazing. And that I like. The Count Amalric knows who killed King Matthew of France. He's offered by me everything if I give him a hook. I don't think it's useful for me to know who killed the prior King of France. I mean, interesting. What a little cutie with his sword there, but no, I'm all right, thank you. Yeah, not for right now, not for right now. Scandal. Hato of Utrecht has a secret chamber in his room where he's tortured a servant, taking delight in the poor boy's screams. Shame, shame, shame. I want the Pope to send me some good people. Speaking of the Pope, how's he doing down here? He's 500 money away from me being able to ask for his money. He's not going to get there. Also, we haven't had a crusade in a while. Who holds Jerusalem? It's still the Muslim horde does. I'd be happy to go fight that. I haven't taken Dijon. We have found other artifacts. That's pretty cool. One of which was a Royal Court one, and one which was an inventory one. The Royal Court item we've just gotten was... I thought we did. I thought we got something called, there it is, a wild rawhide. It's nothing I would use. I can give it to a vassal, make them happy, but no, we're just gonna break it for the money. Thank you, thank you. And the other item was an inventory item called the goose feather. Nothing I would ever use, so I'm gonna give that to our heir. If he has open slots, and he does. Wait, didn't they give him an axe? What did you do with the axe I gave you? Did you sell my axe? Maybe I didn't give it to him. I'm actually not sure who I gave it to, but I'd say it's a little outrageous. Oh, well. Oh, well. The axe went to the other son. Okay, okay. The one who looks like a knight. Oh, that makes more sense then. Oh, right, I gave him these things to defend himself against his liege, who is genuinely terrible. Alright. So, I don't believe I'm able to legally imprison him. Yeah, it's clearly tyranny. What's my spy master doing? He's just... Wait, our spy master has 5 points in intrigue left. Wait, weren't you so good once upon a time? There's no way I would put someone with 5 intrigue in this position. But I must have. Weird. He likes a lot, so I'm okay throwing him off the council, but that is a tiny little bit unexpected. Anyway, so where does the Duke of Flanders reign from? Literally there. Let's find a secret on him that'll allow me to imprison him, hopefully, and take some titles again if possible. Did he call in a favor to get on the council? He may have, but I think I would have noticed that. But that would explain why he's so darn bad. Hey, inspired by another tour? A competent person wants to go to Southern Europe. You know, I should say no. My mind's telling me no, but my unclad body is telling me yes. More adventuring. Now, can I make those adventurers into artificers? Or do I have to wait for them to return? I can make them the artificer immediately. Good. We lost our horse leader. You take over. Courageous count guy. Or we can give it to our local man. Our jester and knight both. Cool. Need a hunter also. The Duke of Genoa. This should be fine. And then, Emma, croon us a song, please. Cool. Yeah, we've yet to ever find an excellent quality musician. Maybe one of these days, but the lack of bards is unacceptable. Oh no, our caravan master is no more. And we found ourselves a knight. If that person's actually being called a knight, that is ridiculous. No, I mean, but he won't give me a hook. I mean, sure, join us, won't you? That's fully sieged. Up we go to here next. This is part of Burgundy, correct? Yeah, it's all Burgundy. I do enjoy watching the tiny little bars going across. It's nice. Yeah, I think it's the case that had that ruler gotten to the council via a hook, I wouldn't be able to throw him off by now. Because he's definitely appointed a spy master within the past 10 years in game. I'm relatively sure that when you have people call in favors to go onto a council, they're able to stay that way for a very long time. They don't quite remember how long. This is under siege. Where is this? So these people who are orange to us are sieging up north. So part of some other war. Well, we're definitely going to ignore that. Yeah, maybe the Duke of Burgundy is... Oh no, the King of France is actually in this war also because I attacked him. So anything in my territory that's sieged by French right now would count towards this war, even though it's inessential compared to the war target. I'm passing the castle ground for a morning walk when a soft breeze carries some voices to my ears. They're chit-chatting about the Duke of Steiermark. I'm not sure I care. I'm not going to torture them. It's fine. It's fine, thanks. Well. We've established who the murderer of Centoul was. I don't know who Centoul is, but that's what I was looking for. And so now, I believe I have grounds to imprison him. It's still tyrannical. Oh, I need to make it public, right? I need to make it public and emerge someone. Then I'm allowed to throw him into the old prison, into the Houskow, as you might call it. He will probably rebel, in which case we'll have even more reasons to take tiles from him. We'll hold off on that until after the war. He is 62, so we'll see how it goes. As usual, when my spy master is doing nothing much, I like using my spy master to go looking for vassals whose contracts I can change. That said, my goodness, the old vassals here have all had their changes already. You're younger. Have I changed your contract already? I have. Okay. Continue down then. Hello, Duke Erman. You're 18 years old. You look older than 18. It's that mustache. Quite distinguished you. And yeah, we've not changed it during his lifetime. So Tuscany, we are coming for you straight away. Oops. Awesome. Battles down here. Various vassals challenging various vassals. Someday we'll make it so they can't war, but today is not that day. Okay, more sieging, more good. But I guess we can unsiege these territories, which will help France win their war? Maybe. This is our grandson Prismelid, Krasa. We intend that he will rule someday. So, the Prince Archbishop took him to the market where he was handing out alms. Unfortunately, he couldn't decide who to give the money to, so he gave a little bit to everybody. This makes him a fickle kid. And fickle lowers diplomacy, increases stewardship. People of your culture like you, and you're less likely to be stabinated because no one can tell where you are or what you're doing. Or we get ourselves a tremendous amount of stress and he becomes generous instead. That causes you to spend your money. or arrogant instead. I mean, arrogant's fine on a king. We'll go fickle. It's appropriate for a ruler to be a little bit fickle because they have their desires, and no one understands the desires of the ruler. Grand Tour is available again, thank goodness. But my current goal is just to finish this war, and then we'll be saying goodbye presently. Captured a guest. Hello. Hello, hello. Nobody much, nobody special, but we'll allow him to go on his way. Does fickle cost one to be able to hold fewer holdings? So, as you know, it's based on holding size is based on how many points in stewardship you have overall. It's every 6 points you get one, and so he does now have a penalty to stewardship, -2. Hopefully, he can fix it. We'll see. His training is in diplomacy, correct? At this late stage, we could turn him over to training in. Oh, he's actually training in stewardship. I'm sorry, he is training in stewardship, so he has no special ability in that because he has curious. So he's going to probably get a relatively average training in stewardship. And I now wish that I had noticed earlier that he is misaligned with what his traits are. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I've been told that changing midway through a child's education is a way to cause some problems for the kiddo. Oh, we can't change it. Yeah, we already did the change, so he is stuck on learning about stewardship, even though, you know, it's just not what he's into. He wants to study esports management. And we got him out there studying the biznaz. We found the Pilgrim's Guide. Not a useful book at all for us, but that's okay. And more people went to prison again. This one may be worth some money. He is not. Anybody special here? Wow, 25 in learning. If only I could set my own bishop, but nope. I'm going to stop spending money now because I'd like to save up for the Grand Tour. That'll be the first thing we do on tomorrow's stream is touring for additional points in making money. Or we admit that the Emperor will die relatively soon, within 5 years. And thus we just save money for our boy here. Our boy who's inapathetic and irritable. It caused such problems. Such problems. Alright. I feel kind of bad that France is having their capital siege right now. Yeah, they're losing both of these wars. So we need to hurry up and make sure we win before the Tyranny War goes through. I believe it's the case that if the Tyranny War goes through, our war will be invalidated, even though France still exists. I'm not certain on that, but I think it may be the case. I think we've reached the west side of Burgundy. We have. So down to here next. And then we'll start getting that Taken War score. No problems at all. Hello to Joffrey. You are a crazy person. Thanks for the money. Be seeing you. And the Ninth Hospitaller have another territory. Cool. Also, another siege finished. More money, more good. We should probably refill our food here. We have enough for a few more months, though. So let's go ahead and head forward and just grab something else that's French. Bourbon. Sounds delicious. Oh no! Another friend has died. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Got us to making friends. Mental break once more. If we go on a drinking binge, how big of a hit is it to our health? Yeah, it's moderate. So we're gonna lock down, knuckle under. I'm sure we'll be able to fix the stress very soon. We're allowed to throw our own personal hunts. Yeah, right now, actually, if we want to. Cool. I believe we have 3 friends still, and want to make sure that they are all of young age. We have no friends left. all of our friends are dead. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this is terrible. This is the worst thing ever. Hey, one of my vassals has been hosting the Chancellor. He's very happy to be served me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, our court poet returns from Syria. He has an artifact from his journey. He takes a bulky bundle into my hands and loosens the cords by peeling layer after layer of fabric. Inside is an artifact unlike anything I've ever seen. He smiles proudly. This is a ring adorned with a great ruby known as Al-Jabal, or the mountain. This stone is of unparalleled size, and it's said the ring itself has been worn by the Sasanian emperors of Persia. Holy cow! So usually on these little tours, we get some real garbage, but amazing. That's a named item. It's a named special item. Nice. Nice. Fancy ruby, fancy ring. Magnifique. Magnifique. Like how the picture makes the ruby look tiny? It's a very, very large ring. Very, very large ring for a giant's hand. Très magnifique. Thank you, Adventure Man. I appreciate that. So Adventure Man, may I make you an artificer also now? I cannot. He's our poet already. I believe that's that. I care about faster Caravan Masters more than anything else. We don't have especially good Caravan Masters, so Lyon will be fine for right now. All right. So, of the items I have right now on display, we have a Bandit Lord's skull. We have Cairnbiter, a sword used to break rocks by the King of Norway. The Crown of Lombardy, so called because the circlet is said to be beaten out of a nail of Jesus' cross. And the Child's Crown, Otto III's crown. We can try to put in our head if we want to. So it gives 0.2 prestige, 0.06 renowned, and kids like us more. Maybe I'll give it to my child in the future. Go play with Grandpa's with Grandpa's baby crown. Alright, so Al-Jabal instead gives 1 full prestige a month. A 4% increase to renown. More attraction and more court grandeur. This is a ridiculously good item. There is our treasure. Wowie wee wow. And with that item, we're going to be climbing to 100 points in grandeur. We'll be tied with the Basilius, if not better than Basilius. We're a pretty fancy little court here we got going. One of a kind. I don't know if I've ever had that achievement before. One of a kind. That must be for a unique item coming back from an adventure, possibly. Start at the bottom and see if we can find it. One of a kind. Yeah, obtain an epic artifact from Adventure Inspiration. So we have gotten that previously, but nice to be reminded of how good that is. Sorry, starving friends. The sooner you finish your siege, the sooner you can go home. I'm beginning to drop some frames due to encoding overloading. CK3 is again eating all the resources. I think when I stream CK3, I always turn down the quality of the video I'm sending you all, but it's never enough. It's never ever enough. Alright, finally, I give you Architect. We now need to begin building absolutely everything for us, the King's life. And I'm split right now. I'm split. My standard move here is go medicine, go whole of body, try to survive as long as possible. I feel pretty good about where the Empire is right now. So if the King were to die right now, or the Emperor were to die right now, we'd be okay. So I'm thinking of going all in on learning. Yeah, I think I'm going absolutely all in on learning to try to get our innovation up as much as possible. And the bonus to development would be nice also. So, yeah, I'm going to choose differently than I normally choose, and we're going to go scholarship. And the king will probably die pretty quickly. And that's okay. That's okay. Everything ends, and that's all right. Hey, we have no commander. All right, a couple quick things then. We want to change our items over to anything involving experience points in learning. Charting the by already equipped. Cool stuff. Pilgrim's Guide doesn't really help at all, unfortunately. I'll give that to somebody else eventually. Okay. We have decades to repair all these, so I'm not going to do so right now. Let's look and see what kind of books we have available. I think one of our books we're using right now is for stewardship. Yep. We go to the magnificent Golden Legend. 20% learning bonus. On the other side, Prestige, Martial. So we have nothing else for learning per se, and nothing else for health, unfortunately. So we're going to go ahead and just do... I guess we can stay on this, because it gives it a little bit more development growth. Or more personal prowess. Sure, don't mind it. Don't mind more prowess. Can you stack learning books? You can. Yeah, if you have multiple learning books, you can stack them all up, and it gets kind of silly kind of fast. We're going to head back across the border. I hope not to siege on anything more. It said only one of two displayed. Did it? So I see the Golden Legend, and I see On Gentle and Wild Beasts. So 1 of 2 and 2 of 2? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But they're both displayed now. Thanks for catching that, or for asking about it at least. A feast. Bologna too far away. Too far away. Okay, we split a bit. They'll both fill then. Yeah, they're 2 pedestals. Unfortunately, you can only hold 2 books at once because the books are so strong. Elizabeth has grown up. She's a curious and knowledge-hungry child. Wow, wow, wow. A mastermind philosopher. She is the eldest. Yeah, the eldest of our first son. There was a brief moment where she thought she might end up being the empress. A philosopher queen could be great, but she's ambitious and callous and craven. So she is unworthy of being empress, ultimately. So, we gotta decide what to do with her. Gotta decide what to do. As of right now, there's some minor county level alliances we can take her into. Never mind. If we want to, we can ally her with Venice. Or with one of the French duchies. Yeah, I don't know. We don't really need alliances right now, unless they're internal alliances. So I'm actually not going to marry her off right now, in preparation for stopping factions against the next ruler. If she marries herself off, we're okay with that. Number 1 grandson's not married, and I'm unable to look throughout. I can't look the whole world for her, or for him rather. I apologize. Because our son is still inside of our court. So we should probably find someone for our grandson to marry to. And he's turning into a smart little fellow. He's going to need some help on stewardship, probably. And it would be great to have multiple really positive traits go together. So let's look into this and see what we can do. I don't mind about destroying his prestige as usual. I'm going to be greedy for a second and see if we can get a genius. There's a 6-year-old named Yana Droshlev. She's a Czech Catholic. She's not far away. So often when we go hunting for places that are miles and miles and miles away, I say, oh man, this is so unrealistic. This is just the girl from school. It's the gal down the street. That's awesome. I feel okay about that. I actually feel okay about this one from roleplay perspectives. Nice. Nice is nice. Yeah. Ooh, the only thing. I just noticed this. The only thing. She is the sister of this person. If she dies... Okay. If she dies, then her sister has to die for it to go to Yana. How are you so smart? Wait, your mother was quite average. Your father was allegedly quite average. How are you a genius? I don't want to say I don't think your father's your father, but insane. Very, very lucky. What I worry about is somehow she ends up with a barony. With a barony, she will leave our boy's court, and it'll be a horrible, horrible thing. So we can't have that. We can't have that. My friends, there are ad breaks coming. I really need to go, though. So finish this battle. 81% war score. I'm going to say the war is won, because it is the case the entire duchy is held. We just needed a ticking war score all the way through. So, my friends, I got to go. Thanks for hanging out. Back tomorrow for more of this game right here. We will surely win this war. We will surely, I don't know, consume Poland. We'll do more grand touring. It's going to be a lot of fun. For now, though, I appreciate your company, your friendship, your follows and subscriptions and lurking and talking and, I don't know, whatever you do. It's pretty cool. Thanks for letting me be a streamer. I enjoyed it a lot. See you again tomorrow. Appreciate ya. I'm going to get a sandwich now. Bye-bye.